This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar. Mike Oscar, could I get a radio check from anyone? Could I get a radio check? Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar? Mike Oscar.
I got bad news for you, Jared. Yeah, I'm hearing you that way, but looks like DMR's one-way link again.
VK3JEDKJ7 OMO. Hey, I'm Kimberly. Jared, I don't know where Jared is. Are you saying that there are gremlins on the network that are causing trouble?
Yeah, I got a feeling Jared's been attacked by his swarm again. By their swarm again. Yeah. Yeah, so Jared's probably got a swarm IP issue, I would say, there. So, yeah, it's one of them again. So, yeah, from me through to... it's gone. Yeah, so from me through to Jared was fine, but not the other way.
gonna see if I could shoot Jared a text message to see if they could get that problem fixed. 'Cause I hate like heck to start the net if there's going to be issues with the network, because we need the network to be running smoothly for the net.
Well, Jared's already onto it and they're testing, but nothing's working. So if you can hear me, Jared, nothing coming through. I better double check my end, make sure I haven't broken anything.
Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and delay the start of the net until I could get some more information of the problem, if the problem's solved, or if I just get the go-ahead to continue. But for right now, I'm gonna delay it until I hear back. KJ7 OML standing by.
Just stand by, Kimberley. We're all debugging to see whose end it's on. MK3JD testing. Alright, that direction works. Alright, now I'll try from DMR.
I can try from DMR. Hello there, VK2WAY. I think it's all working now. I can confirm it's all working. Hearing you loud and clear on both sides, so all fixed up. And I guess we can give Kimberley the go-ahead to start the net on time. Perfect. I knew we'd do it. I was off doing some other things, so I didn't quite get a chance to test earlier than that. But glad we did it before net. Advisory for KJ7 OMO. No news today. I didn't get to bed till 4 a.m. and haven't been awake for long, so really need to get the crew together if we want to do it weekly. But hopefully we'll see how we go for next weekend. I want to get that ready before I go away. But we are now 30 seconds away from net, so I will get off the channel. Standing by for net, VK2WAY.
Alrighty, no worries, Jared. We can always hear the news next time. Alrighty, stand by while I set some things up on my side. And also give a little bit time to make sure that the system is stable. So stand by for that. KJ7 OMO.
This is VK2WAY welcoming the listeners of the VK2 ROT repeater here in Sydney to the Pride Radio Group Network. Standing by for net.
Alrighty. I am all good and ready to go, so let's get the party started. This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar, Mike Oscar, your net control station for the Pride Radio Group net. This net will begin in just a moment, so a clear frequency will be appreciated, please. KJ7 OMO. Yep, making sure stream is working. Yep, YouTube stream is working. Hello, and welcome to the Pride Radio Group Net. My name is Kimberly, Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar, Mike Oscar, and my pronouns are she, her. I am your net control operator for this net. This is a roundtable net, and all calls should go through the net control station, aka yours truly. This net meets every Sunday at 2 a.m. Coordinated Universal Time. Before we begin, do we have any emergency or other priority traffic? If at any time there is an emergency, please say break, break, and we will assist you. The Pride Radio Group provides an inclusive environment for all to learn, experiment, and enjoy radio communications by encouraging, promoting, and supporting diversity with the wider radio community, sharing our experiences and learnings with the community, and celebrating and embracing Pride on the air. For more information about the Pride Radio Group and how to join plus gain access to our awesome Discord chat room, head on over to prideradio.group. That is prideradio.group. Or check out VK3PRG or K3PRG on QRZ. Membership is free and all are welcome regardless of who you are and who you love. Unless you hate us, of course. Yeah, we don't like haters. This net is being relayed on the various nodes, top groups, and reflectors of the Pride Radio Network and affiliated systems, as well as various RF repeaters around the world, and is also streamed live on YouTube, Broadcastify, and IceCast. For more information on how you can connect to this network, visit network.prideradio.group. Whoops. Where was I? Oh yes. For information on how you can connect to this network, visit network.prideradio.group, network.prideradio.group, and also motherowl.weebly.com. Weebly is spelled Whiskey Echo Echo Bravo Lima Yankee. motherowl.weebly.com. You can also track and follow this net by downloading NetLogger on Windows, Linux, or Mac OS from netlogger.org, and from there and on NetLogger you can see a list of call signs and all that stuff, and be able to keep track of the net. Alrighty then, before we begin this evening's net, do we have any news announcements or other items of business for the net and the Pride Radio Group?
VK3 Juliet Echo Delta.
Alright, VK3JED, go ahead.
Yeah, just one little item is no VK3RBO today. Their gremlin with the IRLP came back on Friday. I haven't had a chance to send the notification through, so I'll have to do that so we can have our various nets next week. Other than that, not sure what else is going on, just setting up an ops station outside so I can keep an eye on things. Anyway, back to net VK3JD, and might as well camp you to check in as well.
Alright, thank you for that information, and you have been checked in. Now, you're first on the list this time, just because you keyed up, just because you're the first one to key up the mic on the net. And I've put Jared on there as well. Alright, hang on a sec. Do we have any other announcements, items of business, or whatever for the pertaining to this net and the Pride Radio Group?
Unfortunately, no Rainbow Radio report today from me, VK2WAY.
And looks like I may have another item of business. Check your DMR again there, Jared, VK3JD.
Really? Thanks for that. Standing by.
Alrighty, looks like all the important business is done, so we shall get started with the net, unless there is a gremlin happening. Is there a gremlin, another gremlin attack on the network?
It is looking good from here. I'm just checking things. Nope, it is definitely looking good. That's coming in there, and that is going out there, and it's going out there. Yep, I'm all good.
Looks like I've got a local gremlin then, because I'm hearing nothing on DMR. I am seeing traffic, but I'm hearing nothing, so I'll have to investigate locally. And the hotspot's not picking it up either, so yeah, press on. It's just local gremlins my end. Good thing I got a high level of redundancy.
KJ7 on OVK2WAY. You hear me fine, correct?
Yeah, I hear you. KJ7, OMO.
Get on with the net.
Alright, are we good to continue?
like everything's working. I've just got local gremlins. I can deal with them in my own time. I've still got All-Star, so I can stay on that.
And it's an affirmative from VK2WAY. Good to go.
Alright, let's try and keep those gremlins at bay. We definitely don't want an attack on the network while we're doing the net. Okay, technical issues aside, don't worry, nobody is actually attacking the network. Gremlins are... We use the word gremlins to describe problems, bugs, technical glitches, etc. You get the idea. Alright, well, let's get started. Let's get started now and get some folks on the list. Do we have any check-ins for the Pride Radio Group Net? Let's start first with those who are mobile, short on time, or if you just want to pop in, say hello, and get out. So, mobile, short on time, or in and out stations. In and out is when you just want to say hello and then go away. So, mobile, short on time, or in and out stations. Feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, your net control station. Alright, do we have any mobile, short on time, or in and out stations that wish to check in? Please come now. Alright, let's move it over to anyone, anywhere. So, anyone, anywhere. If you'd like to check into the Pride Radio Group Net and make your presence known, feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Come now. Alright, do we have any check-ins from anyone? Doesn't matter if you're mobile or standing still or sitting down on your couch or doing whatever. If you hear my voice and you'd like to check in, feel free to come now with your call sign, slowly, twice, and phonetically. Right, we don't have anyone else at this time, so we're going to send it over to VK3JED. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station. It's your turn.
There you go, everyone. Kimberly, Jared, that I know of so far. Hopefully we'll get some more turn up later. And, a nice sunny day after a few sort of mediocre days. Not as much rain as forecast, which is probably a good thing because we've had nearly a year's worth of rain in the first 5 months. But it has been great weather for doing fun things like cross-country running, which I had an 8K yesterday in the hills to the south of town around a local vineyard. So, really nice scenery and a classic traditional cross-country course. It was a lot of fun, actually. So, that was my fun yesterday. This morning, I did a little bit of stretching type mobility work, and then followed it up with a steam room and sauna. So yeah, sort of a bit of pampering today. I decided a rest day was probably appropriate, so put the feet up and now enjoying the net. And all right, I've found where my first gremlin is. Can't fix it. It's the actual transmitter on the repeater. Must be distorting under heavy traffic or drifting on in frequency, but yeah, the DMR radio can't decode it, but it's definitely the network side's definitely working. I'm just watching the log file as I speak, and yeah, it shows that I'm currently transmitting. So yeah, the other gremlin is the hotspot, which should have the talk group as static, but it didn't seem to be transmitting before, so that's the investigation on the next round. And yeah, we are very close to having a bridge with the Freestar System X network. Just one or two little technical glitches to work out, which we haven't had time to do. I think we're just one step away from a working bridge to the free DMR System X, and details of that will become available once it's working. KJ7OMO with the group VK3JD.
VK3JED, KJ7OMO, your net control station returning. Alright, well, that's some pretty good stuff there, and all that running seems very fun, and it looks like the gremlins have a huge affinity for your transmitter. Interesting. And that is some awesome news on the new bridge coming up on Freestar. That is some pretty good, some awesome news there. Yeah, the more bridges we have, the better, because we only want to expand the network and reach out further. And my dream is to have a whole boatload of repeaters and other stuff, various stuff connected to the network at all times, and yeah, and really have the pride stuff spread far and wide. Alright, we're gonna send it over to VK2WAY, who is usually first on the list, but wound up being second this time because someone is quick on the mic, on pulling the trigger on the mic. VK2WAY, KJ7OMO, it's your turn.
This is the usually trigger-happy Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee, making a conscious effort to not be as trigger-happy and also to slow down my speech a little bit. Been talking a bit too fast again lately and falling back into my old habits. So other than that, it's a beautiful Sydney day today. A little bit cloudy, but not raining, which is nice. It was a stunning day yesterday, perfectly blue skies. I worked a 12-hour day, did, my watch tells me something like 20,000 steps, which is pretty crazy for a sitting down job. However, I did have a bit of signal path diagnosis to do. We had all kinds of issues. Well, everyone had issues. Now, if you want gremlins in sports production are fun times when gates are about to open and the broadcast team are still in the process of running a new fiber because the fiber they'd ran from their truck up to the mux on the top floor was not working very well. And then even when that came up, I was having all kinds of dropouts on the SDI path from them down to us. So, fun times for all, but, not my problem at least. If they're not sending me a reliable signal, then I can't make them, but they got it working in the end. Thankfully, we did have a pre-game which we were actually producing from my two cameras, camera folk, and yeah, so they had a little bit more time, but I really wanted to bring testing before the main game. Other than that, I'll just break for a moment. Actually, no, I'll save the next update for the next over, I guess. So Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, heading back to the amazing net control that is KJ7 OMO.
Alright, VK2WAY, KJ7 OMO returning. Awesome weather over there. Here in my area, well, I think it got up to like 105 Fahrenheit. Yeah, it was pretty hot, but at least it was sunny. Not a cloud in sight. And yeah, those gremlins seem to like to attack everything, huh? So yeah, glad that y'all were able to do your broadcasting from that venue. And yes, you do need to slow it down. At least you're a lot more understandable when you talk slowly. Yeah, sometimes I have the bad habit of speaking too fast too, so I also need to slow it down sometimes. Alright, we're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if we can add more people to the list. So, if there's anyone out there that would like to add to the conversation, make your presence known, check into the Pride Radio group net, and now is the time. So feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Is there anyone out there that would like to check into the Pride Radio group net at this time? Feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically. Alrighty, we don't have anyone else at this time, but not to worry, we will give them another chance to check in. Back to VK3JED, this is KJ7OMO.
Yeah, KJ7OMO with the group, VK3JED, just chasing some gremlins. And I did find a typo. Yeah, and helps I can type as well. That should be enough. Yeah, DMR gateway. Oh no, we are seeing some activity. So yes. Looks like I have got it up. Well, no, that's the other one. Yeah, so there's something fishy going on with the hotspot. It's not even logging, which is it's behaving really bizarre. Yeah, I did notice a problem with an ID, but anyway, enough of the technical fiddling, and gremlins and stuff like that. Yeah, what's been happening radio-wise, mostly APRS. Yeah, you can see me wandering around your maps if you've got APRS when I'm out and about. Yeah, it's unfortunate that the sports ones can't do the same. Yeah, that'd be fun to gateway from a live tracking service to APRS. The other thing is that the watch isn't in range of the phone when I'm out running anyway. Don't carry the phone with me, so live actually wouldn't work unless the watch itself had 4G or 5G. But it's probably something that's going to happen in the future. At the moment, it relies on the phone, and I generally don't carry that because it's a bit clumsy and awkward to carry. At least for competition work, that is. So what has been happening? Working on the aforementioned bridge. Sort of tweaking a few other bits and pieces, continuing to learn a bit more Docker. So it becomes more of a computer thing than a radio thing, because so much of radio these days is tied up with computers. And now I've got a hotspot to debug. I may reboot the thing and see if that helps. Not my preferred way of fixing, but just to see if there's something really odd going on with it. But haven't had a huge amount of time to play radio. I'm supposed to be in my quieter off-season, but I've sort of got distracted with this cross-country thing this year, actually taking it a bit more seriously and added an extra day and where I do a longer run and stuff like that. Anyway, KJ7RMO with the group VK3JD.
VK3JED, KJ7OMO returning. I dabbled with APRS in the past, but I used a location faker, because, I didn't want to put my exact location on the map. And just for the heck of it, I tried setting my fake location over to Pyongyang, North Korea, just for the heck of it, but the network caught on to that, and it decided not to display the location. It would have been funny as heck, though, if it did display my call sign over there using the fake GPS app thing on the phone. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, I got me a new play toy. Well, a new radio. It's the Titera TH9800, just so that I could be able to get on 6 meters and also have FM capability on 10 meters. The only sucky part is that the radio is FM only. Well, it can receive AM, but it will not transmit anything else but FM. So it's mainly an FM only thing, but that's alright. At least, I can get 10 meter FM now, and I can get 6 meter capability even if it's FM only, and then of course it's also 2 meter and 70 centimeters. So yeah, it's a neat little radio there. And for my old mobile radio, which is the Anytone 5888 UV that I've been using the whole time, I plan on hooking that up to a Raspberry Pi and actually using it as a repeater node. That way I can have a more powerful repeater, and yeah, it's gonna be some fun times for that coming up. Alright, let's send it over to VK2WAY now. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station for the Pride Radio Group Net returning. It's your turn. It's your turn, Jared.
It's my turn again. VK2WAY, back to KJ7OMO and the Pride Radio Net. Hope you're all having a wonderful Sunday afternoon. Let's see. I was going to come back to the next update for this over. APRS, yes. I did actually get back to my APRS project this week, which resulted in the destruction of a Baofeng. Fun times. Talking about gremlins, look, it was a Jared being lazy and bad and knows better and slaps herself severely for it. But, that's what Baofengs are for, is for destructive purposes, right? But yeah, I managed to, it's actually worse than I expected. I turned it back on again after I last updated you folks on Discord, and yeah, whenever you use the keypad, the display dims as well. So I've severely foobarred it. So yeah, that's fun times. A replacement is on the way to Baofeng, right? So yeah, that was a order on the time. It'll arrive when it arrives. I like having a secondary, even if it's analog only radio. Though, yeah, I think all future radios I buy will have more than just analog, because I really don't use analog as much as I thought. Well, I used to anyway. At least since living in DMR land. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, the weather station arrived yesterday too. So I had been planning to build my own out of parts from a company called Mysol, which make pretty much the cheap parts for every weather station, every commercial, like Holman and a whole heap use. But it was actually cheaper for me to get the entire kit locally. I'd already had several parts, but it was cheaper for me to get the entire kit locally from Bunnings, in fact, than to import each individual spare part from China. And that gives me the controller and the other bits as well. So as a compromise with Chelsea, she loves her. And as a compromise with Chelsea, because she loves her like LCD display in the kitchen from the previous 433 megahertz weather station that blasted the entire spectrum with noise every time it transmitted, which has been an annoyance to me. So this is making everybody happy. The new one uses 917 megahertz and a protocol I can decode with an amazing bit of software called WWX, Python-based weather platform. Highly recommend, by the way, and it can beat APRS and all kinds of things. More on APRS, though, in the next over. Back to you, KJ7OMO, VK2WAY.
VK2WAY, KJ7OMO, your net control station returning. That sounds like a lot of fun there. Speaking of Baofeng radios, my janky repeater setup, it did had one of those cheap Baofeng BF 888S, that's Bravo Foxtrot 888 Sierra, and I used that cheap radio as a receiver. So I basically opened it up, I tapped into the COS on there, and soldered on a bunch of other wires too, and basically used it as a receiver for the repeater, the Raspberry Pi based repeater setup, and well, everything was working beautifully when it was plugged into a battery, right? So I have like this large 12-volt battery, and everything is connected via a buck converter that is set to the appropriate voltage that the radio requires. So yeah, everything is working perfectly good, no problems. So yeah, I switched everything from the battery to a power supply. And again, everything is set up perfectly. No change in voltages on the output because of the obvious buck converter in place. So the second I switch everything to the power supply and I turned everything on, well, the little Baofeng BF 888S started smoking like I don't know what. I mean, the doggone thing just went up in smoke, and I thought I thought that the whole thing was gonna go up in flames, but my God, it just filled the whole room with smoke, and well, that was the death of the little BF 888S. So yeah. Fun times, but but now I am working on a different radio solution for that. I mean, I did started using a Baofeng UV5R for the receive, but now I think I'm gonna do something different for my repeater. So yeah, we'll see what other experiments I come up with. But for now, let me reset. But for now, I'm gonna see if there's anyone else out there that would like to join in on the conversation, make their presence known, and check into the Pride Radio group net. So, yeah, if you're just listening in the background and you got your license and you want to, make your presence known, feel free to come now with your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, and let's get some more people on the list. Come now. Do we have anyone else out there that would like to check into the Pride Radio group net at this time? Feel free to come now with your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Come now with your call signs slowly and phonetically. You get the idea. I'm like a broken record player tonight. Hi. Come now. Alright, we got no one else at this time. Gotta love Tourette's sometimes. Alright, over to VK3JED. This is KJ7OMO returning your net control station for the Pride Radio group net. And before I let go of the transmit, as a reminder to our folks who are without licenses that are just listening in, well, I strongly urge you to go out there, get your license, study for the exams, pass your, study for the exams, pass them successfully, and get your ham radio license so that not only you could join in on the fun, but you can also have all sorts of other fun too on the airwaves. So if you're interested in the ham radio hobby, do get your license. Trust me, you'll never regret it. And don't forget, everyone, this net is also on NetLogger, so if you'd like to see a list of call signs and follow along as we do the net, download NetLogger on Windows, Mac OS, or Linux from netlogger.org. Alright, with that out of the way, let's send it over to Victor Kilo 3 Juliet Echo Delta VK3JED. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station for the Pride Radio Group net. It's your turn again.
Let's try that. Yeah, that's working. I had an additional gremlin creep in. So the gremlins have been busy today. It was actually the DMR radio. I had to reboot the Anytone. I lost all receive audio, even on local FM repeaters. But I've got the hotspot back up, so that's good. And it looks like Brandmeister does another ID for so it's something to be investigated. Maybe they know the fact that I've got two of them. Because free DMR's not having a problem with it. And I'm actually going in on the hotspot now. And that seems to be working. Getting good audio through it. So, a few reboots and everything's all back up and running. So, can't complain. Anyway, then a few have had projects, a little bit of APRS cooking here and there, and a few smoked radios. I haven't touched wood. I haven't done that for a long time. My next project, which will be done with a couple from the local radio club, will be to set my FT818 up for portable So, yeah, that's sort of the next thing. And I was planning on doing some poker and the World Wildlife Act. Things have just not slowed down enough to make that feasible. Anyway, KJ7OMO with the group VK3JD.
Alright, VK3JED, KJ7OMO returning. Not much to add to the conversation at this time, so I'm gonna send it over to VK2WAY. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station. It's your turn, Jared.
KJ7 with nothing to say. How unusual. BK2WAY returning. I have some notes though, so I have things to say. And hi on my first comment there. Your turn for the Gremlins, Tony. Kimberly and I have both had our turns recently, and mine will be resolved with the rebuild of my bridge server, and I'll get to that. Actually, no, let's do that now, and I can come down to the rest of the items on my list after that. So, your turn with the Gremlins, Tony. Yeah, so, my bridge server, that's where I was. Yes, it's being rebuilt at the moment, the ZL VK pre-DMR bridge server, and that's where all of my All-Star and various other reflectory things are on as well. So that is all going over to a standalone Docker node outside of a Swarm cluster. It will still have some overlay bridge networky goodness happening, but but it'll at least allow statics on those networks, which will stop the constant restarting of things when in a dependency cascading waterfall of yuckiness that is the dynamicness of Swarm at the moment for me. But and Kimberly's Gremlins, well, they're Kimberly's Gremlins. I'm sure Omo can explain more there. Have you considered using like an RTL SDR for your RX on that Pi repeater setup? Would that be a possibility? I can't see why it wouldn't be. I need to think about it more, but that's just a thought that came to me. Other than that, I'll come back to the next items on my next over because otherwise we'll run out of overs. I think that's a good idea. Anyway, BK2WAY handing back to net control, KJ7OMO.
VK2WAY, KJ7OMO, your net control station returning. I did thought about many times using a RTL SDR dongle as the receive for my repeater, but I can't seem to find a way to actually make it work with All-Star. Because, see, All-Star not only does it require audio, but it also needs a way to detect if there's a signal coming in, and the only way it can detect is through carrier-operated squelch, or COS. It's the only way it could... it's also known as COR, by the way. So yeah, that's the only way that All-Star is able to detect a signal. So if somehow, some way, that RTL dongle is able to, like whatever software that operates the RTL dongle is not only able to pipe the audio through to where it needs to go, but also simulate a COS trigger event, then yeah, that could most definitely be implemented for All-Star. But yeah, and that will eliminate some of my headaches, because I could just have a simple PTT circuit for the transmit radio and basically call it a day. That would make life so much better. But until there's a way to properly interface the RTL SDR to All-Star, well, I'm just gonna have to keep figuring out ways to get two radios together to, hooked up together in harmony without any issues. So yeah, yeah, I don't know what else to say, so let me reset for a moment. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if there's anyone else out there that would like to check into the net, add to the conversation, make your presence known, even if it's a simple hello. So if there's anyone else out there that would like to make yourselves known, feel free to come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically. Or if you're without a call sign, you may leave your comments on YouTube or Discord or my email box or however else you can reach me without the radio. So if you are a licensed amateur radio operator, feel free to come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically.
This is Victor Kilo 2, Bravo Sierra Delta. Good morning. I'll be in and out because I have a meeting in a few minutes and I just turned on the radio, so glad to catch you.
Alrighty, Victor Kilo 2, Bravo Sierra Delta. Thank you for the in and out and for stopping by and saying hello. More stations, please. Alright, do we have any other stations wanting to check in at this time? Come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Okie dokie, not much else at this time. So, back to VK3JED. This is KJ7. I'm your net control station for the Pride Radio Group Net. Turning it over to VK3JED.
That's interesting. I'll try this way. I didn't seem to be getting in on DMR. I didn't hear it come back. Not sure what's going on there. Anyway, I'm going in on back in on All-Star. RTL SDRs as receivers, you probably have to heavily filter them, but one piece of software that does a really, really good job of this application is SVX Link, which is basically an advanced repeater controller. It does have its own Echo Link module and a bunch of other features, but one of the features it has is a so-called wideband RX, which basically is a front end, almost like an IF, that takes an RTL SDR, and you specify the bandwidth either 900K, I think it is, or 2.4 megahertz. Once you've specified that, you can specify any number of receivers up to the limit of processing capability, provided they fall within that bandwidth. I have played with it. It works extremely well. When I had my software-based repeater controller up, I was using RTL SDR to provide a couple of 6-metre inputs and on the one dongle. It worked really well. And then all the squelch features are built into SVX link. You got your choice of carrier, CTCSS, any combination of the both. So there was a version somewhere, a fork that also had USRP, which would allow you to interface it to All-Star. But the standard one doesn't, unless that's been rolled in recent times. I haven't looked at that project for a while, but it's been around for more than a decade, and it's a very advanced repeater control. So that's somewhere you might want to look for inspiration or to hack around. I had it working using a virtual sound card and using CTCSS for signalling between SVX link and the link box, using a port on each end that talked via the virtual sound card. So it can be done. KJ7OMO with the group, VK3JD.
VK3JED, KJ7OMO returning. Well, that sounds pretty awesome. Could you please put that on Discord? Because I would really love to take a look at it. That sounds like something I might try and do, because, you know, if I can get like multiple RTL dongles, and I do have quite a few of them laying around somewhere, I could actually have it set up to where I could output on probably 2 meters or 70 sems via one of my radios, and then have several different inputs where I can have an input on 70 sems, an input on 2 meters, an input on 6 meters, and why not another input on 10 meters. So yeah, yeah, if you could send that to me on Discord, I would really appreciate that, because I really want to take a look at that and experiment with it. All right, over to sorry, Jared, it's your turn. KJ7OMO. Sorry, I'm stuttering.
So take a break if you need to there, KJ7OMO, VK2WAY. I can step in if you need me to, and I'll let you answer that, and then I'll come back for my over. Back to you.
I'm alright. Go ahead with your over. I should be fully recovered by the time you're done. KJ7OMO.
Not a problem at all, and I'll try to talk for 3 minutes for you to let you grab a glass of water and reset there. Yes, SVX Link. Incredible bit of software. I actually, the reason I use Echolink so often for accessing things is because QTEL is a brilliant Echolink client, and I've looked at the official ones and the Android one, and they, frankly, are crap compared to SVX Link's QTEL client. Having multiple windows and yeah, just the way it's laid out, I find it super user-friendly and flexible. And yeah, I've had a little dig around under the hood and the other features that SVX Link's about, but didn't know it did that, Tony. And thank you for that information. I'm going to go digging, because I have things I want to do with it now. Other than that, let's see, now I said I was gonna talk for 3 minutes. Every other over I've managed to like almost time out, but oh, that's the other thing I had on my list here. BK2FLY, Matt, he runs a nice little web bit of software that monitors the Talk Group 5 Tuesday night net on VK free DMR. I've asked him what he's using for that, or whether I can steal some code from it to do something similar on the network website for the BrideNet, and you know, that'd be nice to have our little last heard on the basically, yeah, to be a last heard for the Talk Group built right into the web there. That would be cool. Otherwise, I could probably do some hackery with HBMon, but or our fork of HBMon anyway. But yeah. in the nature of most ham software, that's rather crap. But we'll be doing something about that soon. I'm already fixing. Well, having a dependency on PHP and Python to start with is a problem. Well, look at that. I did manage to time out after all. I think the radio's timeout's a bit shorter than the 3-minute DMR allowed over here, but pretty sure ROT has a pretty short timer anyway, and we need to talk to Waverley about making sure that's 3 minutes. But anyway, mental note for self later. Other than that, yeah, I will throw it back to you there, KJ7OMO. This has been Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee.
Alright, VK2WAY, KJ7OMO, your net control station returning. Yeah, thank you for the long over there. I think I have recovered from the stuttering fit. Hopefully I don't have any more, though it could happen again anytime, so we'll see what happens. Alright, well, we're at the bottom of the list again. So, let's open it up for more check-ins and see if there's anyone else out there that would like to make their presence known and have fun with us on the Pride Radio GroupNet. So yeah, anyone anywhere, if you'd like to check into the Pride Radio GroupNet, now is your chance. Feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically, please.
Hey, this is KC1QGV. I don't know how long I'm going to stay on, though.
Alright, KC1 station, could you repeat your call sign one more time and do so phonetically? Alright, Kilo Charlie 1 station, could you repeat your call sign one more time, please?
Hey, sorry, it's Kilo Charlie 1, Quebec, Golf, Victor.
There we go, nailed it this time. Net control recognizes Kilo Charlie 1, Quebec, Golf, Victor. More stations, please. Alright, one more time. Do we have anyone else out there that would like to check into the Pride Radio GroupNet? Feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Come now. Alright, here are nothing but crickets. Let's send it over to KC1, Quebec Golf Victor. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Nike Oscar, your net control station returning. Welcome to the Pride Radio GroupNet.
Hey, so, this is, actually the first net I've hopped in, so I have no idea how these things work, honestly.
Alright, no problem. Well, a net is basically a little get-together where, people would basically chat, have a little fun, and there's someone there to direct the traffic. So it's basically an organized chaos. So, let's see, what was I gonna say now? Doggone it. The gremlins decided to attack my brain. Oh no. But yeah, this is the Pride Radio Group Net, and you know what? Let's see. Shoot. My brain does not want to function tonight. I'm so sorry. I'll toss it to VK2WAY real quick to help me explain it, because my brain is giving me a hard time.
KJ7 Alma, VK2WAY. Go again, sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Hey, Jared, since you can explain things better than I can, could you explain to this news station, what the things about the net and the network and all, and the group and all that stuff? Because my brain is not cooperating with me at the moment.
I can demonstrate perfectly right now. VK2WAY returning, sounding a little less robotic, coming in on analog FM, thanks to the VK2ROT repeater here in Sydney. I needed cigarettes, so I did the wander down to the bottle shop, and as soon as I left range of my hotspot, I flicked over to FM on the dual mode and continued along. So to the new station, you're on the Pride Radio Net. We're, the Pride Radio Group, Pride Radio, one word, .group. That's right, isn't that, folks? Yeah, that's right. On the web, and you'll find info there on us as a group. The network within that group is made up of the three of us who are already here today, JED, OMO, and myself. We each run an autonomous hub linked by a protocol known as USRP, which is a high-quality audio backbone between us. And then from each of those hubs, we link to various modes. So I am sometimes I'm the DMR side of things mostly.
Jared, I think we lost you. Alrighty, looks like we lost Jared there, so, yeah, basically we're just a group of folks that, oh, what was I gonna say again? Doggone it. Yeah, we're just a, group of fun folks that, that are within the Pride community, and yeah, we just happen to have our own repeater network that, that is basically safe for anyone to join without any sort of judgment or anything like that. And yeah, sorry, I'm having a hard time. So we'll send it back to VK2WAY to see if they are back. Alright, well, looks like Jared is gone for the time being, so, yeah. I'll send it over to send it over to VK3JED. Maybe you can help me, Tony. This is KJ7OMO.
break. I am back, but go ahead, Tony.
Make sure I got it. Yeah, it's working now. Back on DMR. So, yeah, maybe I was too close to the other radio, I don't know. But, yeah.
All right, we seem to have lost Tony again there, VK2WAY stepping back in there. Now, I'm not sure where at least mine's not a gremlin, mine's a known issue of science. It's called the battery went flat in my radio while I was outside. Yeah, it has been on all night, actually, sitting on the coffee table here, just monitoring DMR, and did not enough juice to make it through the day. So it's on the charge now. I'm coming in via VK2WAY-R Echo Link, connected up to the All-Star node now. So using the QTEL client I was talking about before. Now, as I was outside, I was saying that you can find the network map at network.prideradio.group, and now that I actually have it in front of me, and I'm not outside, you can see it supports System Fusion, Echo Link, P25, M17. Now they're all digital modes. I'm not sure what your what your level of radio experience is there, and I don't have your call sign handy either, which I'll note down. So I'm going to throw, to give Kimberly a bit more of a break, I'm going to throw to that new station. And did you want to introduce yourself? I don't think I even caught your name. Pronouns would be great too. Mine are they, them. And I'd like to hear a bit more about what your experiences in radio is so far, so I know where to pitch my explanation, if that's cool with you. Over to the new station. This is Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Jared, 2 kilometres south of the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
This is Kilo Charlie 1, Quebec Golf Victor again. So I'm actually already on the Pride Radio group Discord. This is just the first time I actually hopped into a net, so I have no idea how they usually work. My pronouns are they, them. You can call me either Ellen or Puppy if you want. I'm cool with either of those. I live out in eastern Massachusetts, a bit south of Boston. I also have no idea how to introduce myself, so I think I'll leave it at that for now.
This is VK2WAY returning. I know who you are from the Discord there, and I'll just call you Puppy, seeing you say that's cool. It's been a little while, and last puppy I dated moved off to Europe on me, but is now married with his new partner, and they're both of them they're very cute together. It's anyway, we only went on 2 dates to clubs. It was never a serious thing, but Kira is a cool chap, and miss him. Be cool if he came back to visit. Anyway, so a net. Essentially we have a net control station that's KJ7OMO, usually here on Pride Radio Net, and she will direct the conversation essentially. So she keeps a list. If you'd like to check out the net logger software, that's pretty cool. You can see the net in real time there, and as she's stepping through each of the folks who've checked in. So at the beginning of net, she reads a bit of a preamble and then asks for check-ins. Those check-ins will be in categories. First off is generally like an announcements or priority traffic section, and we'll just open the mic to any stations who'd like to call with their call sign to check in, and then we go through a few other phases of that to a general check-in. Once we've done that, we will then proceed down the list, and that gives each station we usually like to keep it to 3 minutes maximum for an over. A little bit short is always better too. Keeps the conversation kind of going around without having 4 or 5 different topics running, though most of us don't seem to have too much of a problem with that. So we go down the list. Each station has a turn. At the end of your over, you sign with your call sign and hand it back to net control. Kimberly will usually have something to say. I like to have something to say too when I'm a net control operator, and just add a little bit to what that person says, and give them that kind of acknowledgement that they've been heard, and that somebody's interested in what they said. I like to try to find something at least that each station said to comment on, and then on to the next station. And when we get to the bottom of the list, we ask for more check-ins, and we repeat for, well, over here on PrideNet until we get sick of it in the afternoon. Now, sometimes that can go for 3 hours, even if it's just Kimberly and I, because we can just chat. But and that can be everything from technical to queer issues to, we don't really tend to touch on the things that we probably should, but our life and focus is very much radio anyway. I'm probably timing out things break. One thing this software doesn't do is a timer, which would be really nice in Qtel. Anyway, I think that's enough of an explanation, so I'm going to hand it back to you, Puppy. Give Kimberly a bit more of a break, and then, give us a report. Your report can be a little bit about what you've been up to in the last, usually it's the week because we meet weekly, but just what you've been up to, what you're interested in radio, a little bit of an introduction. The weather is often a topic of report in these nets, local events and things that are happening. It's just generally a chance for stations to share information, and I can send you some other info over on the Discord, just some examples of like how nets are actually used in like MCOM and stuff like that, where essentially that's what this is modeled on, is a kind of emergency check-in round robin net where you'd be checking in each station regularly to ensure firstly their welfare, and get a report from each outpost essentially. Yeah, that's kind of what this the idea of a net is modeled on, if you want to look back over radio heritage and things like that. Anyway, I am rambling for now. New station there, Puppy. This has been Victor Kilo 2 Whiskey Alpha Yankee. Over to you.
Hey, so I've actually not been up to a heck of a lot recently, especially not in radio stuff. I just got caught up with some other pretty uninteresting things. The weather here is warm and humid, and I'm not a fan. I actually need to go get dinner, so I'm probably going to not be actively participating. I'll probably still be listening for a bit, though. So I will catch you all later.
Please ident and throw it back to the net control station. That's KJ7OMO you're throwing it back to, and this is VK2WAY. Nothing heard there, so over to you, KJ7OMO. This is VK2WAY.
Alright, Jared, thanks so much for backing me up. This is Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar, Mike Oscar. Yeah, I've been struggling quite a bit here for a while, so, anyways, yeah, I got some gremlins that are attacking my brain and just making it hard for me to, think, so, so, bear with me here, but anyways, alright, well, once again, Peppy, welcome aboard, and thank you so much for stopping by and saying hello to us, and you're more than welcome to stop by the net every time it starts and all that stuff. So, yeah, good to have you aboard, and and feel free to check back in again if we're still around. So, Alright, before we carry on, let's see if there's anyone else out there real fast that would like to check into the Pride Radio group net and make your presence known. Feel free to come now with your call signs, slowly, twice, and phonetically. Do we have anyone else that would like to check in at this time to the Pride Radio GroupNet? Feel free to come now with your call signs slowly, twice, and phonetically. Okay, over to VK3JED. This is KJ7 OMO, your net control station for the Pride Radio GroupNet.
That's working. Probably running way too much power. Yeah, running through the repeater because it looks like the hotspot had issues receiving DMR, which it has had in the past. That's a known issue. It only affects DMR and it drops out very quick. Oh, I think it affects Fusion as well, but works really well on D-Star. Having to switch modes and or switch frequencies, and the repeater's certainly working. The original gremlin was in the radio at this end, the one I'm holding, that is. Back to SVX link. I was going to fill in last time. I've put a link in the Discord, and particularly for, I know they like to play around with code. There is a pull request for USRP support. You may want to look at that and try forking and merging yourself. I might fork and merge it myself and see if I can build it. I think it's not easy, but it sort of works apparently from reading the comments in the thread. So it looked like, some of the notes made it look like it was merged, but I couldn't see evidence of it in the main code base. So it's one I'll have to look at building again at some stage. But if it's got USRP support, that's certainly going to make my life a lot easier, because I really like two things I really like in SVX Link. One is the RTL SDR support's just awesome. That works extremely well. It makes some really nice sounding receivers. And the other one is the voting support's also really interesting, and I have used voting to gather in various sources, including the 6 metre and the 70 centimetre receivers, and make them work as a functional receiver unit regardless of where you're coming on. Try that again. Speaking of climates, that was me. I got my own alligator. So, timeouts do work in this radio. But I had to wait a bit longer to reset the DMR network. Anyway, I guess that's the subtle hint that I should hand it around. So back to net control, KJ7RMO with the group, VK3JD.
VK3JEDKJ7 OMO returning. Gotta love it when that alligator bites you, right? You're talking, and then all of a sudden it bites you and you time out of the repeater system. And you don't realize it until you're done. Yeah, fun times indeed. And I'm definitely going to take a look at that SVX Link thing for sure, and have a play with it and see what kind of disaster I could bring about. I mean, see what kind of fun things I could do with it. All right, and thanks again for posting that information. I will have a look at it. All right. It's Jared's turn again. VK2WAYKJ7OMO returning. Your KJ7OMO, your net control station for the Pride Radio Group net. Doggone it, the gremlins are hitting me again.
KJ7OMO, VK2WAY returning, and I just opened Facebook a moment ago, actually, and just to reply to a message notification I got. And, your post from a couple of hours was at the top of my list, and from my understanding, and from the bunch of friends I've had who've gone through that same process, perfectly normal, but well and truly worth it at the end of the day. So, it's a sign of things to come, I guess. That's all I'll say on the matter. Being the forum it is here, and I'll let you elaborate if you choose to. Other than that, I have cracked a, what am I on? I'm on the Monty's Pointers Pale Ale. Not a bad drop. Just cracked one. It's 1:21 in the afternoon, and time to relax into the afternoon and enjoy tomorrow off. I did, as you know, for my first over 12-hour day yesterday. So, tomorrow's a relaxed day and a radio day, and then back to a hectic. Actually, no, I think I do have to do some work tomorrow, but that's mostly because I'm got to get off to Dubbo on the weekend as well. So my week's I've got to look at my schedule. So unlikely at this stage. I'm going to try, but unlikely at this stage we'll have news for next week, which is unfortunate. But it is what it is. My week's looking crazy, and then out of town for 3 days. It's not going to help, especially over next weekend. I will be traveling with a hotspot. I don't know if I'll be joining next week. I will try to. I will see. I wonder if there's a JD might know. Do you know of any repeater folk in Dubbo who might want to have an all-star node so I can come in FM? I don't know, that might be easiest. Otherwise, I'll find a way. If there's a will, there is a way, right? I can always use QTEL on my laptop too. That'll work. As long as I have internet, I'll find a way in. I left the notebook in the kitchen, and I'm still tethered to the laptop using QTEL from the SB Excellent folk. Excellent software. Again. But yes, and hopefully, we'll get that code from VK2FLY for the live listener status for our Pride Network website. Other than that, let's see. Oh, that's right, I don't have a timer over here, so I'm going to, no, I'll tell you what. Let's hand it back to Net Control. So Net Control can call for more stations, and we might go around again. This is VK2WAY, back to KJ7 OMO.
Alrighty, VK2WAY, KJ7OMO returning. About that post on Facebook. Yes, it is definitely a sign of good things to come. Yep, good things to come. It's part of the process and part of the changes that I'm going through, and yep, definitely good things to come. And for those who are wondering, well, what the heck are we talking about? I'll just drop a quick hint. Something to do with my hormone replacement therapy stuff being upgraded to a better form of it. So we'll leave it at that, and let's see if we can get any more stations on this list here. Get some more voices on the air, and get more people on the list, have more fun and all that stuff. So if you've been listening to the Pride Radio Group net and you'd like to check into the net, or if you're a previous check-in and want to check back in, more than welcome to, by the way. Feel free to come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Come now. Come on, people, don't be shy. If you'd like to make your presence known, I strongly encourage you to do so. So, yeah, if you'd like to join in on the conversation and have fun with us and check into the Pride Radio Group net, feel free to come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Come now. Well, doggone, got a bunch of shy people out there. They're too afraid to pick up that mic and spit out their call signs. All right, well, reminding everyone that for those of you who are not licensed and you want to join in on the fun, go get your licenses. Study for the exams and pass those exams. Get your get your ham radio license and join us on the air, and also do other fun things on the air besides that. I mean, there's a huge load of fun to be had by being a licensed ham. So yeah, if you want to get licensed, if you're interested in joining the ham radio hobby, get in touch with any of us, and we'll be happy to help you get started. And for anyone out there, licensed or not, that wants to follow the net and see a list of call signs as we go along the net, download NetLogger on your Windows, Mac OS, or Linux PCs from netlogger.org, and from there you get to see all the call signs on the list. All right, over to VK3JED. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station. It's your turn, Tony.
Yeah, and we come back around. And, it's good fun to get on and have a chat and talk about whatever. I reckon the all interested, at least the two of you, all that's currently talking on the net, interested in that SVX link. I've played with it a bit, I didn't have the USRP facility, which, would love to have that. There was a fork with it in, but it was based on an older version, and that caused issues because I used the remote receiver capability for some of the control stuff, and between the two versions they're incompatible, which is a bit of a pain. I'd even tried to build a remote SVX link transceiver using RPITX and an RTL SDR, but the RPITX part was a bit unreliable. So that was another experiment. I've still got the SD card for that somewhere, but I don't have a spare Pi. That one's now been turned over to digital work. I think it's it's either the hotspot or the M17 client Pi. One of those two is the one I was running the experimental portable remote repeater for SVX link. What else? It sounds like some good news there on the HRT, Kimberley, so that's good to hear. And in case anyone's hasn't worked out, I am actually able to monitor Discord while Kimberley's finally found a way to Discord. So, I'm not the only one running in full duplex, cross mode, text and voice. One of my tricks is stuff like that. So what's on for this week? Tomorrow, after a session in the gym, got to get back on the heavy things. I want to try and get this bridge up if we don't get it up tonight. See. That should be long enough. Yep, that's long enough. I see Jared's typing as well on Discord. So I just want to get this last step of the bridge up so we can have 3 DMR's network hooked up to ours. and then I've got a couple of other little things to try as well. I may do some other optimisations because the facility then becomes available. Anyway, KJ7OMO with the group, VK3JD here on RF, and yeah, Jared's over on Discord finally came through.
Alrighty, VK3JED, KJ7OMO returning. Alright, fine business there. Sounds like a lot of fun, and yeah, we'll definitely take a crack at the SBS link thing later on, and yeah, as for the HRT thing, I'm pretty excited about it. I've been on the injectable estrogen this is my 3rd week on it, and in a few days I'm going to have my 4th week. So ever since I started on the injectable, boy, I tell you what, I can feel it, and I can feel it strongly, and it feels pretty dang good. Like the best thing I've ever tried. I mean, yeah, I could definitely feel it pretty strong. So yeah, lots of good things are coming with the new hormone regimen there. All right, over to VK2WAY. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station returning. It's your turn. Your turn, Jared. Your turn. Your turn. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, thank you there, KJ7OMO, VK2WAY. And just a quick note, can I remind all stations to conclude their over or their reports with their call sign, just to keep the powers that be happy, and hand back to net control, just so that we know that you're finished with your report. It's just yeah, it just makes things flow a little better too, I find. Unless I missed the end of you're over there, VK3JED. I didn't hear it from you either. Anyway. So yes. Anyway. Yeah. Other than that, yeah, not much else to add to the conversation. Okay. Sorry there. I didn't come through this, and so I yeah, missed it. But anyway, good reminder anyway. So I'm not sure what else to add here. There was something that Tony did say that I was going to comment on, but I got distracted with the with the general public service announcement. Looking over my other list here, I think the comment was just about my goals. You know, I quite like my body. I'm not interested in any physical changes, and I don't permanently identify with either side of a gender binary. Yeah, but my goals are kept in the drawer, and they're made of silicon. They do come out occasionally. They don't itch. Or they do actually. When they get sweaty, they do. Anyway, fun times. Other than that, yeah. Guessing, how are we going? We're going on, not too bad. We've hit the 90th minute of net now. Let's see. I'm still working on my news schedule for the Free DMR talk groups. I missed a couple of broadcasts. Just the retrievable of the things is working very nicely. Break. The retrieval of the things is the retrievable of the bulletins is working very nicely, and the playback script to all-star nodes is working very, very nicely, breaking it down into 3-minute overs. So I'll shoot you all through, or over on the Pride NetOps group, I'll shoot you through a link for playing an MP3 file to an all-star node in 3-minute overs automatically with a top and tail announcement. And the next feature I'm going to add is idents every X minutes between overs, or between the parts of the bulletin. So ultimately I'd like to do a tone detect for the few bulletins that use courtesy tones for inserting idents. That would be really neat. That might be version 5 maybe, who knows. But yeah, it's coming together well. I still want to add some silence detect detection, so we break nicely on silences, and then but the code to detect the length of file and set a timer before starting the next one. So the problem we have is Asterisk asynchronously plays back, and I cannot find a way to synchronously play back so you know when a file is finished playing on the node, not without like connecting to AME and you know, doing a query of this node and all that sort of craziness, and I didn't want to go down that path. So breaking up the MP3, converting it, and dumping it into a temporary directory and playing it out in sequence and inserting things is kind of where we're at. And we look at the length of each file and add 5 seconds of it to keep all the DMRs happy and any alligators away. So yeah, that's the other project I've been working on lately. And the next step of that is just to set it all up in cron. The retrieve, as I said, is all working perfectly, and I've got a whole list of bulletins I'm retrieving. And yeah, it's just now scheduling all of the playouts. Oh, alligator again there. Anyway, I'm going to hand it back to Net Control. I'm rambling, and that's what I do. VK2WAY, back to the amazing KJ7 OMO.
VK2WAY, this is KJ7OMO returning. Well, that is awesome. I would love to get a copy of that script for sure and have a play with it, because who knows, maybe I might have something I want to play for the entire network during the nets. So yeah, that will be really really awesome. So yeah, good job with that and all that happy stuff. Alright, we're at the bottom of the list again. Oh my. Time to see if we have anyone else out there that would like to make their presence known. And so yeah, if there's anyone else out there that would like to check into the Pride Radio Group net and join in on the fun, now is your chance to come now with your call sign slowly twice and phonetically, please. Do we have anyone out there that would like to check into the Pride Radio Group net at this time? Feel free to come now with your call signs slowly twice and phonetically, please. Alright, no other check-ins at this time, so I'll send it back to VK3JED. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station returning.
There you go. Am I getting it? Yep. Yeah, now I can hear it come back. Okay. And always a test. Yeah. I just sort of put some crickets into Discord since that's all we heard. Yeah, it was good to have a couple of sessions during the day. It has been a fairly quiet net, mostly just the two of us. And yeah, we've got gremlins have come in as well. A bit of everything appearing there. Yeah, well, I think of it, yeah, we still haven't had a chance to do that interview there, Jared. I know Murphy had a field day when we planned to do it, and you got snowed under, and things turned to the proverbial here on the same day. Yeah, pretty much the second shot of the gremlins is what happened. So hopefully we get better luck in the future and get somewhere. Yeah, I might check out where SVX Link is and see what it does and doesn't have at this point in time. And if it doesn't have USRP, I may see if I have any luck merging the pull request in fork and see if I can build a fork based on the current code. I haven't tried that before, but I guess it helps to practice a bit of GitHub magic from time to time. Anyway, back to East Himbley, KJ7OMO with the group, VK3JD, and hopefully Jared picks up on routing errors.
Alright, VK3JED, KJ7OMO returning. Not much to say at this time, so I'll send it over to VK2WAY.
VK2WAY returning to the Pride Radio Group net, and yeah, Tony, it's a lot of fun. It does help if you are familiar with the code base, but depending on the complexity of the changes, look, as someone who has spent a career running mergers for dev teams, large and small, yeah, if you need anything, let me. I'll have a look with you. It sounds like an interesting task and a good way to deep dive there. So yeah, I'm curious. You have definitely. I think you made a comment there at the end. I didn't quite catch the full comment, but yeah, I assume that's what you meant. And yes, you have definitely piqued interest with that. So yes, cheers for that once again. As usual, you're making you're filling my list of things to play and check out with. But yeah. That's what we're here for, right? If we didn't want to tinker, we would play golf instead of amateur radio. Back to you, KJ7OMO, BK2WAY.
VK2WAY, KJ7OMO returning. To be honest, I would rather play amateur radio than to play golf. Although I wouldn't mind trying out golf for the first time one of these days. Anyways, I'm just being silly. Alright, we're at the bottom of the list, so let's see if there's anyone else out there at this time that would like to check into the Pride Radio Group net. So, anyone, anywhere, if you'd like to make your presence known, now's your chance. So come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically, please. Come now. Anyone out there that would like to check into the Pride Radio Group at this time, feel free to come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically. Alright, no other check-ins at this time, so back to VK3JED. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station. Turning it over to VK3JED.
And we're back. Yeah, so, yeah, look, as I said, just playing around. Someone else has written the code. It's just what happened. But if it don't work, it don't work. I haven't lost anything. If I don't know what I'm doing, well, I might learn something. I might not. So, yeah. Anyway, it's a feature that's been wanted for many years. I got serious wanting it 2 years ago when I resurrected everything to use for handling COVID isolation. When I said, ham radio is the perfect medium because you get to chat to people and you don't have to leave home. What could be a better medium for COVID isolation? So yeah, that's what got me back active 2 years ago. Then Pride Radio Group came along about 6 months later, and it sort of fitted into the plan. So yeah, here we are, and yeah, the way things turned out have been really good. Only problem is I didn't have a backup of that old system. I've got to rebuild it from scratch at some stage, and the first step is getting hardware and software that will work. And then I think I'm going to rebuild part of it slightly differently, because there's no USRP support natively for the software I'm using. I'm going to try and do that gateway in hardware, and I do have a MMDVM configured to act as a hardware USRP gateway. So that's another experiment, but I've got to get the node up and running first. Now that I've got a dead power supply kicking around, I'll do some surgery, and I've got to make power leads for the board, and it's never ending that thing of projects. There's always something to build, something to play with, something to tweak. I'd like to rebuild the old system. Yep, I've been allocated. Yeah, put the remote base back on again. That was a real neat system. I think I can rewrite that. But all the mods I do, I am going to put up on GitHub this time, especially the remote base. It's 95 to 99% bash shell scripts anyway. But if someone else wants to play with it, go right ahead. It worked really well, by the way. And it was quite neat. Anyway, back to net control. KJ7 over the group, VK3J.
Alright, VK3JED, KJ7OMO, returning, I forgot what I was gonna say, so, over to VK2WAY, it's your turn, Jared.
Thank you there, KJ7OMO, Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee returning, and I left my beer somewhere, and still got the headset on the laptop. The Redibus is charging, and this is the only other convenient way I have for this net at the moment anyway, and that needs to be changed. But as I said, ordered more radios this week. They'll be coming soon. About thing, and I'm going to be adding another Redibus to that this week too, I think. But trying to get, well, actually no, I also need to. Here's another topic of conversation then, and mindful that it is 13 minutes to PSRG net, and we regularly QSY over there after net too, and I wouldn't mind a quick break, either a nature break at some point. So yes, with what was I saying? I was saying something there. Now I'm losing my train of thought too. It's contagious there, Elmo. Thank you for that. No, I'm not blaming you, really. Interesting software and things. I'm curious about that other the usurp gateway you're talking there with the. I assume you're just pulling it out of the bridges in the config, and anyway, yes, but you're right. GitHub for snippets and things, and off the local machine. I'm in part of the rebuild I'm doing in the bridge node at the moment. There is not a single piece of config that lives on the natural file system. All of the config is mounted in /config, and that's now NFS shared to some other nodes as well for the ones that. So yeah, one central place of config, and that's pulled to a backup directory and checked into a local Git and pulled down to the local machine here on my laptop. So there's at least 2 copies of it out there for rebuilding the bridge server. When I do the master soon, that'll be the same, and and I think I'll be adding a 3rd permanent node to experiment on. Couple of plans, and that can do the things like static web hosting and my ADSB, running my TAR 1090 and various other things in there. I want to actually go back into that. It's been way too long since I looked at it. It was stuff I was doing a lot before my license came through, and didn't realize, Tony, that you had been inactive for some time there, and only came back up during COVID. The lockdown time was a time for the first year of first few months of lockdown, and thanks to the government stimulating us. Or at least allowing us access to cash, I put some money into my production rig here, and that sounds like an alligator, at least for a message. Anyway, so I'm back. Put some money into my AV production rig and put the Behringer 1820 in there and rebuilt. I had a lightning strike at about the same time, so I'd lost the PC that used to run my rig and 2 TVs and a bunch of stuff at the lightning strike. So it was a direct building strike. The TV masthead for the building didn't work for 6 months afterwards, and our doorbell didn't work for like 3 months afterwards. But and our internet took 2 hours for my provider to repair in 3 days for the other one. So I'm glad I'm with mine. And I'm digressing again, and I'm rambling. This is what happens when you have me talking for almost 2 hours on a net. I keep talking, and I probably now won't stop. But still on first beer, just about finished the first beer. That's not going to help either. But it is Sunday afternoon and net afternoon, so I think I might just hand back to you, KJ7 Elmo, VK2 WAY. I've already been bitten once.
And you've also auto-timed out the All-Star system, but somehow your voice kept on going anyway, despite the timeout warning. So, yeah, the alligator may have bit you on some of the connections there, but anyways, yeah, COVID is such a strange time, I'm telling you, but it has led to a lot of good things. One of them is, it has led me to get my ham radio license. And before then, I could, back when, remote testing was not a thing, I could never get my local ham club to accommodate me in my request to do the testing at a time that fits my schedule, because the old men in charge of the only club in my area that does the official testing, they are dead set on having everything done so doggone early in the morning, 9 a.m. And for me to make a request for testing in the afternoon was the equivalent of me insulting them in the worst possible way. So, yeah, after dealing with that fiasco, they decided to just put me on the permanent ignore list, and I was never able to get tested in my local area. But then COVID came about, and I was able to get tested online, so that worked out pretty good for me. And another reason and another thing that COVID actually helps me to get is actually my hormone replacement therapy, because I was able to remotely see the appropriate doctors that made it happen. So, yeah, thanks to COVID, a lot of good things happen. So, anyways, I was actually going to bring up the PSRG thing up, because, I do notice that it's almost time for that, so we should get ready to join them. So I'm going to go ahead and place one final call for check-ins. So this is the last call for alcohol, or if you're under legal drinking age, then, well, obviously the only thing you're going to be getting is sodas, water, juices, milk, and anything non-alcoholic. So, last call for check-ins. So, if there's anyone else out there that would like to check in real quick for a quick hello, come now with your call sign, slowly, twice, and phonetically. Last call for check-ins. If there's anyone out there that would like to check in for a quick hello, come now with your call sign, slowly, twice, and phonetically. All right, this is the absolute last call. Absolute last call, so if you don't check in now, then sorry, you're gonna have to wait till next week. So if there's anyone else out there that would like to check in for this week's Pride Radio Group Net, come now with your call sign slowly, twice, and phonetically. Alrighty, over to, this is the 73 round, so over to VK3JED for a final. This is KJ7OMO.
Yeah, KJ7OMO with the group, VK3JD. Final round, and not sure if I'll stick around for the PSRG net. I'll consider my options there. Obviously, everything will stay connected, so the net will run through here, whether I take or not. But, yeah, I'll join in or not. Might have a little bit of a listen. Yeah, last week was pretty much over everything after Murphy started his week-long field day, which has been ongoing since. Yeah, from the dead power supply last Sunday, that's progressed to a dead start, which still hasn't been replaced. And yeah, the other various backups that we've had today. So a few little bits of Murphy-based stuff that have taken place this week. Hopefully this coming week's going to be much better. Yeah, I was watching some active bees in some flowers. Yeah, so good to see bees around. They're always good to have. And yeah, I'll probably get on you at some stage on Discord, Jared. Hopefully we're one step removed from getting this bridge up. I did leave the current status of the configs and the rules.py for you to peruse at your leisure in a DM on Discord. Yeah, they may hold some clues. But yeah, both sides are sending data to the bridge, but nothing's crossing the bridge, basically, is the short issue there. So yeah, it'd be nice to get Freestar crossing the bridge. Yeah, other than that, not a lot from me. I will be around Discord for the rest of today, other than having to do a food run probably a little after 5 o'clock.
Bye.
I didn't get time out, but yeah, data stopped coming back on All-Star. Anyway, with that, 7-3 all, KJ7OMO with the group, VK3JD.
Alright, VK3JED, KJ7OMO returning. Thank you so much for sticking around and for having fun with us, and 7-3 TU. Over to VK2WAY for a final. This is KJ7OMO, your net control station.
Did you just call for me there, KJ7OMO, VK2WAY?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry about that. Chelsea just got home from roller derby, so I was in the middle of a conversation there. But yes, I'm going to say 73 now and wrap up to it's right on 2, so we'll link into PSRG, I guess, and I'll listen for a couple of overs there because I need a drink and a break. And yeah, but thank you very much for hosting that. It's always a pleasure. Thank you for joining us, Tony and Puppy and Yakov. Heard from you all. I think that's everybody. It's a mental list today. I'm not looking at NetLogger. But anyway, 73 for now. It's been a pleasure as usual, and thank you both. I appreciate the experimentation we get to do in radio together. This is Victor Kilo 2 with Alpha Yankee, handing back to Net Control, KJ7, OMO. D. Press. Thank you.
Alrighty, Jared. Thank you so much for sticking around and having fun with us. Alrighty, folks, that is a wrap. I would like to thank all of you for participating and having fun on this net. I would also like to thank the Waverley Amateur Radio Society in Sydney for the use of their systems to carry this net, as well as VK3JED, VK2WAY, and the rest of the Pride Radio group for making this net possible. I now return all frequencies, repeaters, and other systems back to their abnormal abuse. I mean, normal amateur use. Hi. 7-3, everyone, from Kilo, Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, Kimberly in Yuma, Arizona. And I will now turn it over to the PSRG repeater system in Puget Sound, Washington, for the 9 o'clock net, which is now in progress. So as soon as I'm done talking, I am going to make the connection over to PSRG. 7-3 all from KJ7 OMO. And yes, I will be sticking around for that net.
Okay, 7 X boy. Alpha Golf 7, Charlie X-ray. Good evening, Miss Siobhan. I am Io.
All right, a little bit of a pile up there. I love that on a Saturday night. All right, let's see who I got. I got KF7LNX. Good evening, Andrew. I got AG7CX. Good evening, Lloyd. Thank you for the IO. And was there anybody else in that pile-up? Please come now.
This is Kilo Juliet 7.
All
Oscar,
stations,
Mike
please.
Oscar. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, and the rest of the Pride Radio Network.
KJ7OMO, good evening, Kimberly, and good evening to the Pride Radio group that has just joined. Welcome. We are so happy to have you over here on the Saturday Night Net. And also welcome to my Dewdrop-In folks. I see they are also connected, and everybody else. All right, more stations, please.
Alpha Golf Lima Romeo, Cody.
AG7LR, Cody got you on the list. More stations, please.
Whiskey 5 Delta Tango Sierra, Dale in Amarillo.
Okay, I had a couple of stations there. W5DTS, Dale in Amarillo, Texas, I got you. And I believe I heard N3AIS as well. Paul, were you in there as well?
That's N3IAS, Ed from Levittown, Pennsylvania. N3IAS.
Wow, that is incredible because I had an N3AIS on here just before the net started, and so you are N3IAS, and I've got you there in Leviton, Pennsylvania. Good evening, Ed. Fantastic to have you on the net tonight. All right, more stations, please.
KK7FKE with an IO.
All right, lots of doubles tonight. Let's see. Teak, did I hear you out there? KK7F, I think it was KK7F station. Would you please come back now?
Yes, this is KK7, Foxtrot Kilo Bravo, Tree with an IO.
Good evening, Tree, and thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it. 73 KK7 FKB. All right, more stations, please.
KG7 ODB.
OC, Mike and Laughlin.
Okay, KG7ODB, Dean, I got you. Thank you. And then Mike and Auburn, you were doubling. Could you please come back with your call sign?
Kilo 6, Uniform Lima Charlie, Mike and Laughlin, Nevada. Good evening.
All right, Mike, I see you on Do Drop In. Fantastic. Thank you for joining. Stand by, and I'll be back to you for your report. All right, let's go to the Internet stations. Let's see who else is out on the Internet that would like to come say hello. All-Star and Echolink, please come ahead now.
Alpha Bravo 6, Mike Bravo.
Victor Charlie.
All right, I got N4 UVC. Good evening, Bob, Palm Bay, Florida. And I got AB6MB. Good evening, Jeff, San Francisco, California. You know what, folks? We've got a chock-a-block round one. The only question I'm going to ask is there anybody that has to get into round one that cannot wait for round two? I'll let you come ahead now. Name and call sign, please. Oh, I was doubling with you. Would you please come back again?
KJ7EXM, sorry.
Good evening, son. I got you on the list. Fantastic. KJ7EXM. All right, folks, we have a very full round. I'm excited to get it started, and I'm just really excited to be on the Saturday Night Net with all of you. I'm so glad you're all sticking with me, and you can wait for round two. That's fantastic. Well, heading to the top of the list, KF7LNX. Good evening, Andrew. How are you?
Well, good evening, Siobhan. I'm doing pretty good. I'm out in Kirkland, just enjoying a nice evening. Also testing out a new microphone for my handheld. Actually, it's one of the Motorola Bluetooth microphones, speaker mic. So it's my first ever cordless microphone for my handheld, actually. So yeah. So Austin W7ZJL has one for his radio, and now I got one for my radio too. And it's a really huge convenience to be able to use a remote speaker mic without having to worry about the limits of having a cord around the body, actually. So, but hopefully the audio is okay, because I know with the Motorola Bluetooth speaker mics, the audio can be a little bit hot. So I'm working on adjusting the audio gain, make sure that it doesn't sound too hot, because I know whenever I listen to the police scanner and they use the same exact speaker mics, their audio tends to be pretty hot, so I'm trying to be mindful of that. So hopefully it's okay. I didn't play around with the mic gain at all, so this is just coming straight out from the box here. But anyways, I took advantage of that nice day today. Went out, did a little bit of railroad photography, and then just enjoy a nice drive, the nice weather up north, and now I'm down south here in Kirkland. And I'm hanging out with a couple of my friends down there, and just chatting with you guys now. So it's been a pretty good day, actually, a really relaxing day at that, and a nice day finally for once. So couldn't ask for anything better than that. So, well, Siobhan, hopefully you're having a good day, and I will talk to you soon. KF7LNX, portable 73s.
Thank you, Andrew. Well, I cannot complain. There was blue skies and sunshine in North Redmond, Washington today. It was a beautiful day to take Kylo out for a walk, And I'm looking forward to seeing the railroad photography that you did today. I'm always looking on Facebook for your photography. Absolutely obsessed. And I am happy that you love your remote mic, remote speaker mic. You sound fantastic on it this evening. Full scaling on Capitol Park this evening. Nice audio. Maybe a tiny bit hot, but I just turned down my volume. It was no worries whatsoever there. You're sounding good, Andrew, and I'm so glad you stopped by. And we'll talk to you soon, 73. All right, folks, 9:10 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7, USZ, and this is the Saturday night PSRG Net in Seattle, Washington. Next up, we go to Tacoma, where we had an IO from Lloyd, AG7CX, thank you. And let's now go see how Kimberly is doing tonight. KJ7 OMO, welcome to the Pride Radio Group this evening, and I'm glad that I heard you right at the top of this round. Let's go to Yuma, Arizona. Good evening, Kimberly. How are you?
Good evening, Siobhan and the net. This is Kimberly, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, and I have a pretty good evening. I just barely wrapped up doing the Pride Radio Group net when your net started, so I just connected up our multi-network bridge over to the PSRG system so that we could join your lovely little net. And I've also dragged the rest of the Pride Radio Group community with me to to your net there. And speaking of Pride stuff, for our lovely folks of the LGBT plus community, we do have a multi-network bridge that y'all can connect to using any radio network. So regardless if you're on All-Star, Echolink, or DMR, Fusion, and all the other digital voice networks, if you're interested in connecting with other fellow Pride hams, then check out our network at network.prideradio.group, network.prideradio.group, or you can just look me up on QRZ, send me an email, and I will give more information about that. And we also invite repeater owners to make temporary or permanent connections to our network as well. And it's been a fun week, and looking forward to some more fun. And speaking of fun, I did got myself a new play toy, the TH9800, so I could get on 10 meter FM and 6 meter FM and have a little fun with that. I did try to reach one of PSRG's repeaters on 10 meter HF, but that didn't really happen. But I'll have better luck next time when the bands are open again. But anyways, I've almost timed out the system, so I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you, Net Control. It's good hearing from you again, and thanks for having all of us from the Pride Radio Group on your net. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, Kimberly in Yuma, Arizona. Pronouns are she, her, and I will send it back to Net Control. KJ7 OMO.
Thank you, Kimberly. Well, it's my honor to have all of you part of the Saturday Night Net. It seems that you folks have become regulars, and I couldn't be more happier indeed. And folks, if you want to go see what Pride Radio Group is all about, Kimberly does have a link on her QRZ page. So if you go to Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar Mike Oscar, KJ7 OMO, there's some links they can connect to. And maybe, Kimberly, you can come back at some point and tell me what the Mother L Amateur Network is. I was just scanning through your page there while you were giving your report to see if I could get some information for the Pride Radio group for everybody. And I see there's a link to that, too, so I look forward to going through all of that. Well, fantastic. And let me know if you are able to get it on 10 meters. That would be really good. And if I'm around, I'll actually turn on the radio and try and make a contact with you. All right, well, very good. Wonderful to have you on the net, and we will talk to you very soon. 33 to you, Kimberly. All right, folks, from Arizona, where we're going to, we are heading to Lake Stevens, Washington, and we are leaving, that's right, Yuma, Arizona to Lake Stevens. Let's go to AG7LR. Good evening, Cody. How are you?
Hey, Siobhan, I'm doing good. Today I went up to the Stanwood Ham Fest and got some good deals on some stuff there. I was looking for some coax, and I ended up coming home with a 250-foot chunk of Belden RG8U, which was way more than I needed, but I just couldn't pass up the offer for $10 there. And I found some shorter jumpers as well as a 10-foot piece of 3/8 heliax in the free pile there. So I, of course, picked those up. And then I got a little project to work on. I found a Astron RS-35A power supply, and of course it was a non-working one. The seller said the output transistors were blown, but I tested those and they are just fine. I have narrowed the problem down to a bad LM3, or what is it, LM723, I believe is the regulator chip in there, which was conveniently in a socket on the circuit board, so I don't even have to desolder anything. But now I'm having trouble finding a replacement for that. Of course, none of the electronic suppliers have those in stock around here. So it looks like I'm going to have to wait 2 weeks while some come from China. But hopefully that's all that's wrong with the power supply, and I'll be able to get that up and running. I did try bypassing the regulator IC on there, and it seems to work just fine like that, of course, with no regulation. All the output transistors seem to be working, but I did notice that one of them is not matched to the other three, and it's not carrying as much current as the other three are, so I might end up having to replace those anyways. It's about 25% less current on one of them compared to the other three. I'm not sure if that's enough of a mismatch to be an issue on there. But again, those are TO3 transistors, which are, of course, also hard to find. Seems like no one has those in stock around here anymore, so those will probably have to come from China as well. That's about all I got for now. 73 everyone. AG7LR, back to net.
Cody, I tell you, I had the Stanwood Ham Fest on my calendar, but I really wanted to attend, and I'm so happy I did. The PSRG educational meeting was today, and I was just riveted. It was all about how to work on amateur satellites with your HD, and I learned quite a lot of information. It just makes me want to quickly build a tape measure Yagi, and I started downloading some of the apps on my phone. Anyway, I'm glad, it's hard to walk out of a ham fest without products. 38 Heliax, I've got a few Astron linear power supplies myself. 2 are out on loan right now. I'm talking to you right now on an Astron 50. And if it breaks down, I'm going to come and see you because you really seem to know what you're doing when it comes to fixing these Astron power supplies. And I hope you figure it out soon and it gets fixed. And I see the main part is just getting the correct parts that you need for that. And do come back and let me know if you were able to fix it. That would be a nice find if you did. All right. 73 Cody, always great to hear from you. All right, folks, from Lake Stevens, Washington, let's head into Amarillo, Texas. It is 9:20 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7USZ. You are on the Saturday Night Net in Seattle, Washington. Next up, we have W5DTS. Good evening, Dale. How are you?
This is W5DTS. Good evening, Siobhan, and everybody on the net. We're doing well here. 74 degrees in Amarillo tonight, and very little, if any, wind at the moment. We're kind of in a spell of some hot weather here. It's supposed to be in the 90s and around 100 for the next 7 days or so, and no real chances of rain, so I've just been trying to keep our grass and potted plants alive, and trying to get our roses blooming. Well, they are blooming, but trying to keep them blooming. And really haven't been doing a whole lot. Just been taking it easy. I've been watching a few movies on TV today, and haven't really done a whole lot on ham radio, but I did want to be sure and get in here and get checked in and tell everybody hi. But I hope everything's well with you and everybody out there on the net. And I will turn it back to you, Siobhan, W5DTS.
All right, Dale. Well, we're so happy you decided to stop by the Saturday Night Net. And it's okay to have a day of just watching some TV shows. I hope you got some good ones in there. And it is a beautiful time of year. I just was trying to picture your roses blooming. My flowers are blooming right now, too. And I just recalled the heat waves we had last summer, and I thought it really just killed all my flowers forever. But they back this year, so I'm happy. Anyway, great to hear you, and enjoy the rest of the net, and we'll talk to you really soon. 73 to you, Dale. All right, folks, from Amarillo, Texas, let's go into Leviton, Pennsylvania. N3IAS. Good evening, Edward. How are you?
Okay, well, it's 63 degrees here, and it's supposed to be 83 later today. Summertime is little by little sneaking in. And I was sitting here right before the net came on, watching some theater organ things on YouTube. I am a pipe organ and a theater organ player. Played for many, many years, and enjoy watching others play also. So that's what I've been staying busy with. And as far as my call goes, I'd like to meet up with N3AIS. Someday I will. I know since I've had this, it must be the natural thing in your mind to play sort the letters. And I have to keep going back and saying, no, this is N3IAS. N3 indicated airspeed. And maybe that helps a little bit, but over the years, 30 years or so since I've had this call, it is normal that I sometimes become N3AIS and have to straighten it out. So it's a normal thing to do exactly what you did, by the way. Play sort the letters. Anyhow, back to you. N3IAS.
Just wonderful indeed, Edward, to know that we have some more talented musicians amongst us. And I see a beautiful photograph of your pipe organ on your QRZ page. And oh, do I wish right now that we were allowed to play music over the air, because I would go right back to you and ask you to play for us. You know how many times I've wanted to do that when I'm talking to some of our talented musicians out on the radio waves. And so I don't know. I think I'm going to have to, send a letter into the FCC and say, what is this? Why can't we play music? No. All right. Just a hi there. All right. Well, fantastic report. Thank you very much, Ed, and we will talk to you soon, 73. All right, Tree on Bainbridge Island, thank you so much for stopping by and letting us know you're out there, KK7FKB. And then let's go to North Seattle, specifically Bitter Lake, KG7ODB. Dean, how are you feeling this evening, and how are you?
Wow, that went fast. I thought I was going to get into the net about 9:45 or something like that, but hey, it's moving right along. I'm feeling a bit better. I'm still feeling a bit tired, but I'm definitely returning to normal. So whether that's a good thing for most people or not, anyway, I think everyone knows I was dealing with COVID last week, and it's really a strange illness. I wasn't in the hospital or anything like that, and it was never really worse than a lot of colds I've had, but it was still pretty unpleasant. But I'm getting better, and I also hope that Sean VK3KK from the land of the future, I hope he's feeling better. I do see his call sign on the node list, so hopefully we'll get him to check in because he's been dealing with it as well. So I just looked at Ed from Levittown's keyboard. It's like, this thing makes Liberace's piano look like a lightweight. I mean that in very good. I mean that in a good way. But anyway, yeah, I'd love to hear him. But yeah, don't really have too much. Just a lot of little things. I went to the meeting today on Zoom. That was really interesting. And I was also on the Mike and Key net earlier tonight, just briefly. And Siobhan, your name came up. People were talking about you. I won't say what was said, but it had to do with drones and some drone activity you've done recently. So anyway, I could go on and on, but I just want to hear what everyone else has to say tonight. This is KG7ODB, back to net.
All right, you want to start rocking the boat on a Saturday night? Let's go, Dean. No, I had some hams over. We were flying drones, and I wish I was a fly on the wall on that conversation. That would have been a lot of fun. I, too, was at the educational meeting. I thought it was excellent, so well done, and I enjoyed it. I really did. I had to multitask. I had something else going on, so I was listening to the meeting and then doing my other activity that I had scheduled. But I just enjoyed it so much. Because, whenever I say, oh, it's recorded, I can watch it at another time. I've done that with some of the ham expos. You never really get around to it. I never find enough hours in the day as it is. So going back and watching recordings, so unless I actually just go to the meeting and listen to the meeting, I don't know if I'd get another opportunity. So very good indeed, Liberace. That is definitely a compliment. Thank you, Dean. I'm glad you're feeling a lot better, and I hope we hear from Sean, too, 73. All right, Mike, I didn't get your whole call sign. I know you were Kilo 6 uniform, and I believe you might be in Nevada. Please come ahead now.
This is Kilo 6, Uniform Lima Charlie, KK6 ULC. I've talked to you before, a while ago, in Laughlin, Nevada. And, yeah, it's hard to get under your net. I try, and everybody's so fast. But so what do you know? I started working again. I was retired for 6 years. I think I may have told you guys already. And I had to go back to work because my boat broke. And, boat means bring in another 1,000. So I couldn't afford to fix it, so I went back to work part-time at Ace is a helpful, handy hardware place. I work 4 days a week. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And I get Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday off every week. Plenty of time to take the boat out and fly my radio control airplanes and all my other hobbies. I have a lot of hobbies. And you got to have a lot of hobbies when you retire. And talking on the radio overnight is one of my big hobbies. And at 10 o'clock, I switch over to Keller, talk on the Red Eye Net. And it's nice to hear everybody out there. I do love talking on the radio because I can talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, but I'm not going to do that. I'll leave room for somebody else. Thanks, Siobhan. This is Mike from Laughlin, Nevada, KK6ULC. Back to Net Control.
Hey, Mike, it's fantastic to have you back on the net. I remember talking with you a few weeks ago. I remember the beautiful photos of yours as well. And, don't give up, folks. I get everybody into the Saturday night. I keep going till I get the very last person. So I will get everybody in here. I know that the net is really busy, tons of pileups. I try to leave a lot of space for Internet stations at the end, but then there's a lot of Internet stations piling up too. But that's okay. If you didn't get in, I'll get you in next round. And thank you for keep trying, Mike, because we want you. We want you to keep coming back. And fantastic to hear from you this evening. Enjoy the rest of the net, and 73 to you. And, oh, boy, do I love that convertible of yours. Wow, oh, wow. Color and everything. All right. Let's go ahead and leave Laughlin, Nevada, and head into Palm Bay, Florida at 9:31 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7USZ. You are all with me here on the Saturday night PSRG net in Seattle, Washington. N4UVC. I think it's good morning, Bob. How are you?
Hey, Siobhan, N4UVC. Well, I'm here. I was in the hospital for a day. They thought I was going to have a stroke. My sister and my wife bothered me so much, so I said, all right, I'll go. And I had CAT scan, MRIs, and the only thing it showed, I have some blockage on my neck, and it's not surgical enough. It's not blocked enough. But I felt a little rough today. But I'm doing all right. Cubs won. That was a good thing today. But anyway, I was going to ask you, did you want to try to get on HF tonight? If you are, I'll stay up and we'll give it a shot. Over.
Hey, Bob. I'm so sorry you're in the hospital and you're not feeling well. You know, it is 12:33 a.m. in the morning in Florida, and by the time my net is over, it's going to be about 2 or 3 a.m. In the morning there in Florida. If you're awake, absolutely, I will do some HF with you, but I would recommend, if you've been in the hospital, to get some rest. But I will definitely leave that up to you. I'm going to hand it back to you. Let me know if you finished with your report, and if you are, please end with your call sign. Thank you. Back to you, Bob.
Okay, Siobhan. You know what? I might go to bed tonight, just to get rest. But let me know what's another day. You want to do, I'll be busy next Saturday. Well, I might could do it next Saturday. I have a gig that I have to do, and I don't know if what time I'll get home. But if you want to, what's another good day? Give me another day that we can do it, another evening, and we'll try it for there. This is in for UBC.
Roger, Roger. I agree 100%. Get lots of rest tonight, and do not stress. I have your email address. I will go ahead and email you a couple of days and times, and hopefully that would work for you. And if it does not, then we can just coordinate via email. And I will look forward to making a Palm Bay, Florida HF contact with you. Thank you for stopping by, Bob. Get some rest this evening. We really appreciate you. And 73. All right, folks, from Palm Bay, Florida, let's go to San Francisco, California, AB6MB. Good evening, Jeff. How are you?
Good evening, Siobhan. I'm doing pretty good. It sounds like you are as always. You always have that sunny personality, which is great. Yeah, down here in the Bay Area, speaking of sunny, it was 75 degrees today and a beautiful day out there. Working parks on the air. I worked 10 parks today, and I have 175 done to go towards that big 2,000 count. I have 325 to go. And once I do that, I'll have the 2000 Park Award. But, parks are great. It just takes consistent effort and just have fun working them and don't worry about the numbers because, there's always another award after that one. And they go on and on. I've also had a couple phone calls helping other hams on how to get started in POTA, and I was just glad to help them out. If anybody wants some help, just email me at my email is good on qrz.com, and my call is AB6MB. Yeah, conditions have been a little rough lately, but we're better today, and they'll be getting better and better. Meanwhile, I enjoyed the PSRG educational meeting on working satellites today, and it was really interesting, well presented, and it was definitely entertaining. Probably one of the best presentations I've ever seen. It was really nice. But anyway, I like Saturdays because there are a bunch of great amateur radio nets on it. My day's all taken up. The day starts with the 9 a.m. net, and then there's a 12 noon net, along with a couple other nets, and then the evening ends with the 9 p.m. net, which is a perfect finish to the day, which is just great. So with that, Siobhan, I'll go back to you. Thank you for doing the net tonight. This is AB6MB.
Well, hey, Jeff, congratulations on your 10 parks. And I'm going to request, if I may, if you would post your awards up on your QRZ page and let me know. I would love to see what the awards, I know you just got 1,500 parks not too long ago, and you're heading for 2,000, but any awards you've had up until now, I would love to see what those look like. And I think your QRZ page would be a fabulous place to post that. And I, too, was at that educational meeting, and I agree with you 100%. I really enjoyed Clint Bradford. I think it was K6LCS. He was very personable. As I said, I was multitasking. I had something else that was on my calendar. But I did attend the meeting, and I was trying to listen intently. I was. And there were times where I said, did he say my name? and at that point, I had to text a couple of my friends. Did I hear my name? Because I thought maybe I was asked a question, and I thought I was paying attention. And I think everybody that was at that meeting knows what I'm talking about. They're talking about the ISS flying over my house. And everybody was invited to my house. I thought that was a lot of fun. I loved that. Anyway, always great to hear from you, Jeff, and we'll talk to you soon, 73. All right, from San Francisco, California, let's go into Seattle, Washington, KJ7EXM. Good evening, Sean. How are you?
Hello there, one and all. This is KJ7 KJ7EXM, and I am doing fine. So what happened today? Well, there was a little rain here and there in places, apparently. But in my location, well, by the time the afternoon rolled around, the sunshine was enough that I went out and bounced into it a few minutes. So I got some sun-soaking rays and had a good time in it. Did a little snooping around and came home, all without getting a ticket. Ain't that nice? Of course, it was a good day. So for a Saturday, it wasn't all that bad. So I guess that's my report, and I'm staying out of mischief as usual, whatever that is. What's normal? I don't know what that is either. But hey, at least I'm enjoying it. KJ7EXM, back to net.
All right, Sean, I was wondering what shenanigans you've been up to. I'm glad you didn't get a ticket, and I'm glad that you enjoyed your day. It's so great to hear your voice again, and I'm hoping that I could see you this summer. That would be wonderful, and we'll talk to you, Sean, soon, Sean, 33. All right, folks, that takes us to 9:40 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7, USZ. You are all on the Saturday night PSRG net here in Seattle, Washington. Let's just go ahead. That was a fantastic round one. Let's go for a monumental round two. All I need is your name and call sign, please.
Okay. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar.
Nicholas and Ballard. Okay, I had a few stations in there. All right, let's see. I believe I had 2 KB9 stations in there. I got KB9 UCF. Ross, I got you. KB9 IQX. Amy, was that you as well?
No, but you can put me on the list.
Okay, I could swear I heard 2 KB9 stations. KJ7OMO. Kimberly, I got you in that pileup as well. Is there anybody I didn't get in the pileup? Please come ahead now.
KX2CW7, Papa Zulu November. Nicholas and Ballard.
All right, Nicholas. I think it was you that I heard there. Nicholas and Ballard. Nicholas, come ahead again with your call sign, please.
Kilo India 7, Papa Zulu November.
Thank you, Nicholas. KI7PZ, and got you on the list. KX2CW. Hello, Joan. Got you on the list. All right, more stations, please.
Kilo 7, Charlie Alpha November, Larissa.
November 3, Oscar Mike Oscar, Elaine in Florida. Hello, Siobhan.
Hello, Elaine. N3OMO, got you on the list. And good evening, Larissa. KK7CAN, I got you on the list. All right, more stations, please.
Kilo Juliet 7, Romeo Juliet Lima, J.R. Bremerton.
Hey, JR, great to hear you tonight. KJ7RJL, got you on the list. More stations, please.
VK3 double K, VK3 Kilo.
2, Sierra Tango Oscar, Charlie from New Jersey. I'm in.
All right, I got VK3KK Sean from Victoria, Australia, and KC2STO Charlie from New Jersey. Got you on the list too. All right, that gives us a chock-a-block round two. Let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We've got 10 in this round. What I'll do is I'll see if there's anybody else that wants to get into round two that cannot wait for round three. I'll leave lots of space for internet stations as well. Please come ahead now.
Delta Victory 7, Lima, Bravo, from Philippines.
Philippine station, welcome to you. We love having our international stations here at the PSRG. You are our second international station. I've got Delta Victor 7, Lima Bravo Bravo from the Philippines, and you go by Bob, so I'll put you down as Bob. Bob, stand by. We will be back to you for your report. We're looking forward to finding out all about what's going on in the Philippines. All right, and with that, was there anybody else for round two? Please come ahead now.
Kilo Foxtrot 5, Whiskey Yankee Bravo, Herb.
All right, Herb, Galveston, Texas in the house. KF5 WIB, I'll let you round off round two, and I am ready to get it started. Well, let's head to the top of the list, KB9 UCF. Good evening, Ross. How are you?
Well, hey there, Siobhan, KB9 UCF, transmitting here from Snohomish, Washington. Doing well. I was just doing, I guess, a lot of relaxing today. I didn't do a whole lot of work, but just laid back, took a nap, and enjoyed some of the sunshine that came out. Of course, there was some rain earlier in the morning. And earlier, not last week, but the week before, made a massive road trip across the country. Went from Michigan all the way through the north and over to Washington, all by road, which is one of those trips that I've never done. And I had the luxury of doing it with my oldest son. So that was one of the first. I mean, I've figured being around the world multiple times. I've never made that trip through South Dakota and Wyoming and Montana. It was quite a while. It was quick too, but quick. It took 2 days, but more than I'd say quick in terms of road driving. Anyway, figured I'd stop by and say hi. You enjoy your evening. 73s, everybody. KB9 UCF.
Oh, Ross, I tell you, I'm so glad you had a fabulous road trip. I love it. It's so great to hear from you again this evening in Snohomish. You have a fantastic rest of your weekend, and we'll talk to you soon. 73, Ross. All right, next up, we have KB9 IQX. Good evening, Amy. How are you?
Well, good evening, Siobhan, and good evening to everybody on the net. I'm doing pretty well. Just finished transcribing the Simplex Net notes and going to upload all of that into the proper places, just dotting the T's and crossing the I's on all of that. I didn't hear you so well. You probably didn't hear me so well, Siobhan, but, that's what happens sometimes on these things. Anyway, not much to report today. Actually had a pretty relaxing day. Watched some junk British television. Not that all British television is junk. British television is actually pretty good, high-quality stuff, but junk television, just entertaining stuff. And that's really all I have to report from here. I just wanted to say hello to all the people on the Pride Radio Network, and also to send a long wave, radio wave, over to VK3KK, Sean. And 33 to you, Siobhan, 33 to all the YLs, 73, everybody. Have a great rest of the week. KB9 IQX.
Oh, hey, Amy. Great to hear you tonight. And, yeah, Simplex, I could hear you slightly, not as good as I heard you last week. But also I wasn't running very much power tonight compared to the week before. I was running 50 watts, and I could hear you really clearly. But also, yeah, it just depends. I got my 59++ that I love. KB7RRY, I believe, gave me that. But yeah, I've decided that different simplexes, I'm going to check in from different locations in the house with different antennas and different powers. And I want to check in on my handheld too. And so I'm just making a plan, like mix and matching equipment, doing it with the handheld, and then changing the connector and connecting the handheld to the J-pole or the Diamond X300. Them doing different radios and, just different locations from all over the house, and just do some famous shenanigans, some KB9IQS shenanigans around my house on your simplex net. How about that? All right, always great to hear from you. And thumbs up to the UK Junk TV. KJ7OMO, before we go to you, it is 9:50 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7USZ. And let's go back to Arizona, KJ7OMO. Hello again, Kimberly.
Good evening again, Siobhan. This is Kimberly, Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar. Yeah, I wanted to comment on your, I don't remember if it was a question or what, but anyways, to answer your question, the Mother Owl Amateur Network was the name for my network prior to merging with the Pride Radio Group Network. But now that it's been merged with the group's network, I'll probably rebrand my webpage when I'm not feeling lazy. I might have a talk with Jared, VK2WAY, and see if I could either get link my page to... or maybe merge it with the group's network page. I don't know, but we'll find out here what the options are. And speaking of Pride Radio Group network nets and such, I forgot to close the net on my net on NetLogger, so I took care of that. And speaking of the net, I do host a net for the Pride Radio Group every Sunday at 2 a.m. Coordinated Universal Time, which translates to 7 p.m. on a Saturday, Arizona time. Let me reset for one moment. Alrighty, this is KJ7OMO returning after a reset. And as for HF, I am a general class operator, hoping to get extra soon, and I would be very happy to connect with you on any HF band. I do very often get a strong signal into Washington on HF, so who knows, you might catch me on the air. I typically hang out around 7.180 megahertz or thereabouts, or on 40 meter JS8, that's Juliet Sierra 8, but I can be anywhere on any HF band using any HF mode because I love all HF bands and modes. If you'd like to give HF a try after we're done with the net, I'll gladly turn on my radio and see what happens. If not, then we could try it another time. Either way works. But anyways, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to Net Control. Send it back to you, Siobhan. This is Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, Kimberly in Yuma, Arizona, along with the rest of the Pride Radio group. Sending it back to Net Control. KJ7OMO.
All right, roger that. So I see that you have linked the Mother L Amateur Network to the Pride Radio group, and I was having a good chuckle, because I clicked on your complaint form. on your QRZ page, and I laughed so hard. I'm glad I wasn't talking on the air when I clicked on that. It's hilarious. You've got a great sense of humor indeed. And as far as HF is concerned, I am always down, ready to add more to my HF book. Absolutely. Let's do it. Insofar as tonight, let's see how late the net goes to before I make any commitments, because sometimes it goes 3 hours, and then, you know, my puppy Kylo needs to go outside to the bathroom, and sometimes I'm tired, and so let's play that one by ear, but we will do it soon for sure. Thank you for coming back, Kimberly. I really appreciate it. KI7PZN. Good evening, Nicholas. How are you?
This is Kilo India 7 Papa Zulu November. I got my general. So yeah, today I finally got my general's license. And now I can finally transmit on HF. Although, you know, as we all know, I have to use the /AG modifier when I'm on HF. And in theory, I could also use it if I'm not on HF. But that would be a tiny bit egotistical. So yeah. Other than that, after the test, I waited for so basically what happened was it was a class, it was a licensing class on 2 Saturdays. I didn't go the first Saturday because my dad had COVID, and then my dad recovered, so that's really good. But he didn't study, so he didn't get his general, and then we had to come a good bit late to the test because my dad was pretty tired. And also, basically what happened is the people who are teaching the test, basically one of them kind of taught the technician test for a bit too long, and basically what happened was the people with the building wanted us to get out at 4, and by that time I had already submitted my test, and I think everyone had, but basically what ended up happening is they only had 3 VEs, so it took ages to get all the signatures, because, you know, you have to get all 3 signatures and stuff, and then the form and stuff, and then they kicked us out of the room, and then we had to run like a power, a power cable all the way to the socket on the wall outside, and run the printer from that. And since I was one of the last people to come to arrive at the test, my license was processed pretty much last. So it was a whole day affair. You know, it could have taken a few less hours, but overall, I'd say I'm pretty satisfied because I got my license. And had a good lunch. There was this nice cafe. then I also had sushi for dinner. And then after that, I also decided that I'm going to try a bit with my new privileges. So I basically took out my antenna and then set it up and turned on my radio and looked around a bit, and I think this is partially the radio and you also partially the positioning of the antenna, but I really couldn't find a lot of signals, and I also I really couldn't find a lot of good signals, and I tried 40 meters and 20 meters. I tried calling CQ as well. I thought I heard a very faint response, but I couldn't hear it well enough. And then, of course, now I have to go to bed and stuff. But overall, I'd say my day has been pretty amazing because I now have my general's license, and now I can do HF and stuff. This is Kilo India 7, Papa Zulu November, back to net.
Well, a big congratulations is in order for Kilo India 7, Papa Zulu November, KI7PZN/AG. Congratulations, Nicholas. That is awesome. And you passed and your dad did not. It reminds me of the show, Are You Smarter Than a Fourth Grader? The answer is often no. Well, that is fantastic news, and I'm glad to hear that you already have an HF rig set up, and hopefully one of these days soon, Nicholas, reach out to me. I'd love to make an HF contact with you. You're going to have a lot of fun on HF. There's some nests on HF, and of course you can just jump on and call CQ if nobody's transmitting. Always listen first. And if you need any advice, reach out to me. But I'm super excited for you. And I can hear there was some frustration there with your day being an all-day affair. But after all, it was just worth it indeed. And so thank you for coming to tell us, Nicholas. We really appreciate it. You sleep well tonight and come back and tell us more about your HF adventures. And that, folks, takes us to 10:02 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7USZ on the PSRG Saturday Night Net here in Seattle, Washington. Let's head to Puyallup. KK7 is calling all nerds. Good evening, Larissa. How are you?
Well, hello, Siobhan and the net. Oh, my goodness, Nicholas, I am so happy. I knew you could do it. I heard you this morning going for the test, and I just knew you were going to pass. Congratulations. So, question, how much radio fun did I have today? Answer, oh, my goodness, so much radio fun. I checked into the PSRG net this morning, and then I attended a most fascinating educational meeting, and what fun that was. I had a few actual laugh out louds there. Totally entertained throughout it. And then came the task of getting our HF infed antenna placed via drone. I did try to take a video, but after try 6, I kind of gave up on it. And, of course, it was try 7 where it actually got successfully dropped. And but it's not at a good spot. We're just not hearing it as quite as good as we should, and we're going to need a probably longer antenna to try to go out in a different direction. But for now, it's going to work. And then, Amy, I tried to check into the double nickel net again and again and again. And nope, nobody heard me. And I did hear you, Siobhan, and the host, of course. But what do we have? 3 out of 4 there? Pretty good day, I think. And, yeah, I got some weed pulled as well. So, yeah, I'm going to have a good sleep tonight. Busy day for me here. So So 73 and 33s to all. Everybody take care out there. This is KK7CAN. Back to you, Siobhan.
Hey, Larissa, I can't believe you still quite a new ham, because what a fantastic report that was indeed. That was what I call a chock-a-block top tier report. I really enjoyed that. And that was strange with the simplex, because I remember checking in from your house onto the simplex net, and they picked me up. So it just depends all on propagation. It's kind of interesting how that works sometime. But I'm glad you could hear me. And I'm glad you got your weeds pulled. I know that's something that you wanted to do. And I'm glad that worked out with the drone as well. I hope some of my advice helped out there. And looking forward to seeing you folks again soon. 33 to you, Larissa, and 73, Rick. Maybe we'll hear from him a little later. All right, folks, let's go to Zephyr Hills, Florida, and three. Good morning, Elaine. How are you?
Well, good evening, Siobhan. Yes, it is 1 a.m. here, Eastern Time. It's good to hear you. And first of all, I want to say congratulations to Nicholas. He sounds very young. I'm thinking 9, 10 years old. Whatever age, I think that was wonderful what he was able to accomplish. And I was just telling RJ, he does not sound like your normal 9 or 10-year-old. He sounds like someone that is extremely intelligent and is maybe special as far as his intelligence goes. And that's super. Anyway, our Tampa Bay Lightning won tonight, the 7th game. We beat the Toronto Maple Leafs. I do feel sorry for Toronto. They tried so hard. But hey, it was a contest, and we were the better team. We won by 1 goal, and so that was fine. 2-1, and we'll see how things go. Our next series, we have to play our real rivalry, the Florida Panthers. They're a tough team as well. So we'll see how that goes. Other than that, that's really about it. My new concert is up, and I hope anybody who checks in on it enjoys it. I've already commented back to Charlie and TRX and a few of the couple others that have written, and it's fun to read the comments. Anyway, have a great weekend, Savon. We'll talk to you again November 3rd. To Mike Oscar.
Hey, Elaine. Well, I'm looking forward to going to see what new music you have up, and I will definitely leave a comment so you know I stopped by. Folks, if you want to hear some wonderful music, all you have to do is go to Elaine's YouTube page. She even did Itsy Bitsy Spider for me. And you can just click on it. It's on her QRZ page. And Elaine is N3OMO. And yes, indeed, I agree with you, Elaine. Nicholas is one smart young man indeed. He is going places. He is definitely going places. I know he's not in high school yet. I know he's around about the age, a little bit older, but I won't say it over the air. But I'm very impressed with him. Very impressive young man. We have a couple of them, on the PSRG that just blows me away. Great to hear from you, Elaine. 33 to you, and please send my best, very best, 73 to RJ. All righty, folks. Let's go ahead and head into Bremerton, KJ7RJL. Good evening, JR. How are you?
Howdy, howdy there, Siobhan. Wow. Yeah, getting the general license. Well, I did that challenge and it didn't make it, but you know, I'm still looking forward to trying it again. But yeah, I'll make it one of these days. Anyway, well, congrats to him for making that. And Yuma, Arizona, Kim, huh? Pride, what was it? Pride Net or something, or what? I'm not sure what. I'm gonna have to ask the question on that one. But Yuma, well, that's where my dad and mom. Well, they're on their way now. They're in Colbert, Oregon right now, on their way up to Seaback. They're going to be at the swap meet, which I guess so far I'm still hoping to get a ride. N7WAA said he's going to give me a ride, but he's hoping that he doesn't have to take his big Suburban down that way. So if there's somebody else got a better affordable vehicle, I am paying for fuel. So the 2nd through the 5th of June there. Anyway, we're just back to work finally this last week, and I didn't get a chance to do double nickel tonight, but last few weeks I tried and I didn't get through. So anyway, it's good to hear Amy. Need to catch up with her before she takes her trip back east, now that she's shown herself. Anyway, let me drop. So this is KJ7RJL, 39 feet, 5 inches above sea level. Currently 50 degrees, a low of 47 tonight. Humidity is at like 75%. And the air quality is down to 5 again. Interesting. It's a little on the scattered drizzle, not even raining. So, I heard, speaking of Nicholas and Elaine there, both were playing with the alligator. So, how many alligators does it take to change a light bulb? Only one. It's a snap. KJ7RJL, back to net.
Break. All right, Nicholas, just hold on 1 second. Oh, is it an emergency? Usually we use break in an emergency, but I'll go ahead and check. Is that KI7PZN?
Yes, this is KI7PZN. It's not an emergency.
All right, Nicholas, stand by. I'm going to come right back to you for your comment. Let me just first respond to JR, and then I'll hand the mic back to you, Nicholas. All right, JR, well, let's see, where were we? Yeah, if anyone can give JR a ride, please. JR's email address is on his QRZ page, and that is to the Seaside, Oregon Ham Radio Fest from June 2nd through June 5th. And as far as your general's concerned, JR, don't give up. You can definitely get it. It's just a matter of just don't give up. And who knows, maybe Nicholas has some advice to you. So KI7PZN, back to you, Nicholas.
This is KI7PZN. Well, first for the general, my advice is just just learn a lot about read the book, but then also just do a bunch of practice tests and kind of try to learn all sorts of things about electronics and stuff, because that's a pretty major part of it. And then the regulations will just usually come from doing the test enough times. You'll just be able to remember it. And I recommend using hamstudy.org because they have a really nice interface. It's nice and clean. It's not like the usual 90s aesthetic of most ham radio pages. And my quick comment, and I'm really sorry for this, it was just to ask if there were any plans for tomorrow regarding the rain or shine net, because I totally forgot about it during the check-in. This is KS7TZ and back to net.
All right, thank you, Nicholas. Well, let's first address your comments on the general. First of all, thank you for that. That's really kind of you. JR is visually challenged, so he cannot read the book, but I did purchase and send him some audio files. So he has some audio files. And I agree with you, Nicholas. The hamstudy.org is a fantastic way to do some practice tests, etc. And I would add, also for folks out there that want to get their generalist to watch some videos as well and learn a lot about the topics as you can. And not only do just ham study, because you're not going to get a good general knowledge of really understanding everything in ham radio. You can but for JR, my advice to you, JR, is to just keep listening to the audio files, since you can't read the videos. A lot of the videos I find, though, especially with Dave Kassler, JR, is you could listen to the videos. I've multitasked when I was doing my extra, and I was watching Dave Kassler videos, but I had other things going on. So I'd have the video playing, but I'd be, working on something else on my computer simultaneously. You don't have to watch it. You can just listen to the video. So that would be my advice, to add some videos with your audio files and give it another go, JR. All right, well, thank you, Nicholas. Thank you, JR. And please stand by. All right, folks, let's identify. It's been a minute. It's 10:17 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7, UIZ. You are all with me on the PSRG repeater here in Seattle, Washington. Let's go to, I believe this is our first international station of the evening. We're going to go ahead all the way into Victoria, Australia, VK3KK. What is it there? Good afternoon, Sean. How are you?
Well, hello, Siobhan, and good evening to everyone on PSRG this evening. This is VK3 Kilo here, transmitting from the land of the future. Hope everyone's doing well out there on PSRG tonight. Lots to report this afternoon. First of all, it's about 3:40 p.m. in the afternoon over here. Sun is out. Pretty warm outside, actually, so it's not a bad day out here. Okay, first of all, I've been home in isolation for the last week. I came down with COVID-19 this week, so I've been home the whole week. Haven't gone too crazy. I've been managed to fill in a lot of my time with radio stuff and resting and all that sort of stuff. But I did a test this afternoon, and I now tested negative now, so I'm pretty happy. I'm back to 100%. And I'm feeling $1 million at the moment. So I had three bad days of it, and I've come out of it pretty quick. So I'm pretty very, very grateful for that. Thank you, Dean, for your comments there. I really hope that your journey with it ends very quickly, like it did with me. and it was nice to catch you too, Dean, the other day when we had a chat on here. So it was nice to catch up with you for the first time. But once again, I really do hope that that your symptoms completely disappear, like mine practically have. Next, Amy Ann, long radio wave to you, and hopefully, Amy, next year I'll be able to send you a very short radio wave when I'm hopefully able to catch up with you sometime next year, as planned at this point. I'm currently running FT8 on 40 metres, so if anyone's interested in, although I haven't hit the US yet, it's probably at the wrong time. I should have done it earlier. But I'm transmitting FT8 at the moment on 40. Anyway, Siobhan, that's about all for me. Back to you. Thank you very much for running a brilliant net as always. This is VK3 Kilo Kilo transmitting from the land of the future. Back to you.
The man in the future, and yes, you are indeed 17 hours ahead. And we are so happy to hear that you are doing 100%. I know that you have been struggling with COVID this past week. Folks, can you still believe 2 years later we're still dealing with COVID? And so I'm just happy that you are healthy and back on your feet, and I know you're doing well if you're on FT8, and yeah, propagation won't be good with the U.S. right now, but yeah, definitely come back and let us know how you did, and we'll talk to you soon. Great report, Sean. And Sean runs the net in Australia, the land of the future, every, I believe it's like 3 a.m. Seattle time, Wednesday, 3 a.m. Sean, do you want to tell everybody about your net in case they're interested to join? VK3KK, real quick, back to you.
Yeah, thank you, Siobhan. Yes, you are correct. It is indeed Wednesday morning, 3 a.m. Pacific time, so not too good for most of you, but you can find us on All-Star node 50522, 50522 on All-Star, and if you have IRLP access, just connect to IRLP Reflector 9503, but check out our QRZ page. If you simply go to qrz.com, type in VK3 Romeo Bravo Alpha, VK3 Romeo Bravo Alpha, and if you visit that QRZ page, you will find out all the information how to connect to our network over here, and you will be set. So thank you, Siobhan. Back to you, VK3KK.
All right, thank you for that information. And we just so happen to have some night owls or early morning birds here on the PSRG. They've stayed up with me till like 3 a.m. in the morning, right here on the PSRG on New Year's Eve, and often till midnight, which is usually 3 a.m. on the East Coast. So there won't be too much worry from some folks on here. Thank you for that, and I hope to join that net again when I'm up at that hour, which is often, very often these days. And we'll talk to you soon, Sean 73. Folks, I got my things mixed up here because I thought they were two KB9 stations, and I believe I put Amy in Joan's place. I don't know if I got Joan's report. I don't know. Let me check. KX2CW. Joan, are you out there?
Yes, I am, and I was kind of wondering what was going on. Yes, you. Now that's why you would have skipped me. You instead of merging. Well, never mind. Okay. Well, here I am now, and I seem to be getting in. All right. Let me just check. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm running. Well, never mind. So I had an interesting day. Congratulations, Nicholas, on getting your general. I remember getting my general about 30-some years ago. And then my advance 3 months later. But, I was off the air. I had a novice license back in 70, quantity of clay, and it expired in 72 or I got it in 72, but clay says that I got it in 70, but it was a 2-year license that was non-renewable back then, the sink or swim model, which didn't dovetail very well with with my parents' bitter divorce and everything going haywire. And then 20 years later, I decided to get a novice license again. But then 3 weeks later, I then took the general test and got my general because I wanted to get a novice license again, right? I said, well, you could take the tech module now, and I'm like, I don't want to. I want to get my novice license back. And then I promptly weeks later got my general, and then I took 3 months to study for my advanced, and then I got my advanced. I think that's how I did it. That's my story anyway. And that was some time ago. So, and getting your general, you get the lion's share of the privileges, folks. So, beyond general is just a flex. So, really, the general is the ticket to get on HF in all its many ways. And you're just deprived of a few little token bits of band. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. I also had a fun amateur radio day. The morning net. I even did manage to listen to the question of the day from the Lake Washington net. And then I hopped on my bicycle and I rode to a gigantic rally with thousands of people at Cal Anderson Park. And stuck around for a while and reported into the noon net from there. But then I went home so I could make it to the educational meeting via Zoom. Very, very interesting topic. And we impressed the presenter by having slide rules. That was the only one, I don't think. But then while that was happening, outside of my window was a gigantic march going down Pine Street to downtown. And I just took a couple of photos out my window of that. And then I spent the day basically at home because the educational meeting ran long enough that I missed my women's circle. I could have gotten there, but I would have gotten there late. It would spend half the time I would have got there for the last 25 minutes of the meeting or something like that. So I just decided okay, I can skip that once in a while. And I've been sitting here at my desk, and that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Radio wave to all my hamsters out there in the vacuum of radio space. All the 33 to you, Siobhan, and my YLs, and KX2CW back to net.
Hey, Joan, thank you so much for coming back, and I'm so sorry I skipped over you. I had a pile up there, and I had your name, but I had KB9 IQX written twice. She asked me to put her on the list, but then also I put another KB9, and I scratched that out, but your name was there. Anyway, thank you for coming back. And yes, I thought that was so interesting. I was at the educational meeting, too, as you know, and I was so impressed to see you pull out and of course bring the Professor Joan to the educational meeting. I was loving that. And then that march you're talking about, was that maybe to do with the Roe v. Wade? Really quick, I'm going to ask you, back to you, Joan.
Yes, it was a women's march. KX2CW, back to net.
Yes, indeed. I think they had marches all over the country today, and wonderful. And you sounded like you had a wonderful radio day, and you sound chipper tonight. Stick around and enjoy the net, and I'll talk to you soon. Cheers, Governess. All righty, folks, from Capitol Hill in Seattle, we are going to head to New Jersey on the East Coast. Let's see if Charlie is still awake. He was also in the educational meeting today. So KC2STO, Charlie, is still awake.
In.
Charlie, are you still there? I know Charlie nods off on the Saturday night net because it is pretty late there right now in New Jersey. But one more time, KC2STO, are you still out there? All right, let's go to DV7LBB, Bob. I'm not getting Charlie, but I see that you are queuing up. So let's go ahead and go to you, Bob, in the Philippines. Please come ahead with your report.
Hello again, Control. This is Bob from Philippines. Yes, I have a very wonderful news for me, especially to my club. I think 16 passers for Class C and Class T, which is a technician and a general class. And I am very proud of myself that I was one of those general class passers held last week from our National Telecommunications exam. And the weather here in the Philippines, it's good, cloudy Sunday, and the local time is 1:30 in the afternoon. I think that's all my news for today, Control. I had no much, or I don't have any much to tell for now. Probably on my next coming in to your node. Good day or good evening to you and to all young lady and young man who's listening now on air. 7388.
All right, well, welcome to the Saturday evening PSRG Net, and we would love to hear more again from you there in the Philippines. We have 3 nets a day, 9 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m., and that is 7 days a week, Pacific Coast time. That is Seattle time. And I'm glad that you're enjoying the net, and we really appreciate you stopping by. That is awesome. And let your Philippine neighbors or ham radio operators, let them know about our net here in Seattle, Washington. We love our friends in the Philippines. All right, 73, sir, we'll talk to you soon. All right, from the Philippines, and it's Lapu-Lapu City, Cebu, Philippines. We're going to head into Galveston, Texas, back to the great United States of America, KF5 WYB. Good. What is it there? Is it evening? Is it morning? Yeah, no, I think it's still good evening, Herb. How are you?
Oh, good evening, Siobhan and Nanette. Turn myself off momentarily. It's actually morning here. It's about 33 minutes into Sunday morning. I'm having a good day. I'd like to give a big Texas yeehaw and congrats to Nicholas on getting his general role. I'm sure you're going places with that. Today's been a pretty good day. Haven't done a whole lot of radio today, but this evening there was a really nice moonrise here, and I got a picture of that. Well, it was actually the moon was actually pretty far up in the sky, but it's almost full. So I think I got a good picture of that. I'm looking forward to seeing if I can catch the blood moon tomorrow night. It's supposed to come up around, I guess, about 10 o'clock local time here. So I think a bunch of neighbors of mine are probably going to be hanging out looking at that, so that should be cool. I spent a little bit of time hanging out with some of the neighbors and this evening and talking, talking and shooting the breeze and things, which was kind of nice. It's been a really nice it's been a really nice day. It was sunny. It was a little warmer than normal, but I didn't really get out today like I'd planned to. But it was probably just a good day to hang around the house. And I'm gonna probably do some more radio tomorrow and in the coming week, and fiddle around with my handhelds a little bit. Hadn't really hit any of the repeaters outside of Galveston County, but one of my ham friends on another net suggested I might be able to put an adapter, hook an adapter and onto my the antenna that I use for my base, and maybe get some reception of that. Because this handheld I'm using is pushing 10 watts, so that should be enough. But I thought with the antenna I had, it would be sufficient. But then there's also a lot of building interference where I live, so it's just one of those trial and error things. Well, that's all I have tonight. Thanks for hosting it. It's always a pleasure. It's your 73 to you, KF5WYB, back in that control.
Hey, Herb, if you happen to spot that blood moon tomorrow night, please take a picture for me. I'd really appreciate that. Maybe you can get that up on your QRZ. And I hope that the adapter works on the antenna there. 10 watts is plenty, yeah. And it's always great to hear you on the net, and we'll talk to you soon, Herb, 73. Folks, let's go back to Westville, New Jersey, and see if Charlie is back with us. KC2STO, Charlie, are you out there? All right, folks, I tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and do a few quick announcements, and then after that we'll go ahead and start a brand new round, so please bear with me here. So the PSRG do 3 nets a day, 9 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m., and that's 7 days a week. And we had our educational meeting today. It was so fantastic. It was all about how to work amateur satellites with your HT. And I think at some point it will be posted on our website in case you missed that. And please stand by. All right, the next Rain or Shine net is going to be May 29th at 9 a.m., and that is going to be at Mucklesfield Lighthouse Park. And the details will be provided soon on the PSRG web page. And then the CPAC convention is June 2nd through June 5th. And that's the biggest ham radio convention in the Pacific Northwest, taking place in Seaside, Oregon. The next ARRL field day is June 25th through June 26th. And the PSRG annual picnic is going to be July 23rd. I believe that is at Magnolia Park. And Noon Net 1000 is August 22nd. And then the PSRG is looking for folks that are interested in participating in Field Day 2022. So if you would go to psrg.org, all the information about all these announcements is listed there. And are there any questions or comments about these announcements tonight, or any other announcements out there for the good of the net? Please come ahead now. All right, folks, let's go ahead and head straight into round 3. This is Siobhan, KJ7USZ, looking for your name and call sign. Come ahead now.
KC5. KL7DZQ, Kurt. KL7DZQ.
Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Jordan, Sydney.
KC5WFH, I believe that is Bill in Kingston, and KL7DZQ, I believe that is Kurt in North Bellevue. And I just want to check, since that was a double, that was KC5WFH, Bill in Kingston, correct?
Correct, Siobhan. KC5WFH. Waving a hand.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for coming back. Yeah, we only got a piece of your checking because you were doubling there with Kurt. No worries. I got you both, and stand by. We look forward to your reports. All right, more stations, please.
Victor Echo 5, Delta Radio.
All right, VE5DR, that is, I'm used to your call sign now, Dale. Derek, that's right. Derek, I knew it was with a D. Derek in Saskatoon, Canada. This is about our 4th international station tonight, I believe. Stand by, and I'll be back to you for your report. All right, more stations, please.
Victor Kilo 2, Whiskey Alpha Yankee, Jordan, Sydney.
Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, Kimberly in Yuma, Arizona. Why not? I'll get back in again.
All right, VK2WAY, Jared in Sydney, Australia, got you, and KJ7OMO, Kimberly, you are back on the list. More stations, please.
Kilo Lima 7 Foxtrot Romeo, Mike in Willow, Alaska, KL7 Fox Romeo.
Hey, Mike, fantastic to hear from you tonight. Got you on the list there in Willow, Alaska. More stations, please.
KE8 HPF, this is Trent with an IO. Thanks, Siobhan.
Hey, Trent, thank you for stopping by and letting us know you're out there. Really appreciate that, and 73 to you. All right, more stations, please.
UPSD, Victor Kilo 2, Bravo Sierra Delta, Yakov in Sydney, Australia, in and out.
All right, our second or third station from Sydney, Australia this evening, VK2BSD. Jakob, thank you so much for stopping by. We really appreciate it in 73. All right, folks, I tell you what, let's go and talk to these fine stations. Heading to the top of the list, we have KC5WFH. Good evening, Bill. How are you?
We're doing good over here, Siobhan. Had a pretty active day. Appreciate the good weather we got today. I think everybody did. Most folks were out and about. I just wanted to say here in about 5 minutes or less, we've got an ISS flyover, and I haven't been outside in the last few minutes. At sunset, we had kind of a mix of high, thin cloud cover, overcast, so I hope we get a shot at this ISS. It's going to be almost directly overhead. So if anybody's got the chance or clear sky, give it a look. And once again, Siobhan, thanks for what you guys are doing out there, all the good net controllers we've got here. Good to hear everybody out there, folks from all over the world checking in. It's good to hear each and every one. Back to you, KC5WFH, Bill in Kingston.
Hey, Bill, really appreciate your kind words. And I think a lot of folks would be interested because our educational meeting today was all about how to contact the ISS, the International Space Station, just with a handout radio and a Yagi. How about that? And so, folks, You can look out your windows, run to your balcony, do what I do, run from the front yard to the backyard, look for that ISS, and come back and tell me if you see it. All right, I've got my curtains drawn and blinds are closed, so I'm not looking at the ISS right now, so I'm going to have to live vicariously. Maybe, Bill, if you see it, you could come back and let me know. The last time I checked in Redmond, we had clear skies, blue skies the last time I checked. So maybe folks here on the east side might get a good look at it tonight. And Bill, I'm hoping I'm going to see you again this summer. It was so great meeting you and chatting to you last summer. 73, sir. All right, from Kingston, let's head into Bellevue. KL7DZQ. Good evening, Kurt. How are you?
Hi, good evening, Siobhan and the net. This is KL7DZQ transmitting over about 1 watt and a vertical dipole here on the second floor of my house, Northeast Bellevue. I'm just winding down for the day. I'm trying to go through some photos that I've done, and I'm supposed to write a couple of articles too for music, and I'm locking up on words, and it's pretty tough. Anyway, today was my wife's my father-in-law's birthday, but he passed away about 3 weeks ago, and so this was kind of a tough day for my wife, and so we spent a lot of time together and just hung out and watched movies today and just tried to relax. So I think that was good for her because she has a lot of thinking to do, and he was going to be 83 today, but he didn't quite make it. So she just had a tough day. So I'm hoping she can sleep well tonight, and that'll be better. Anyway, not a whole lot of radio adventures this week. I got a box of radios from N7WAA the other day, and I've been slowly going through them, and they all have some trouble, so I'm going to have to dig into each one of them bit by bit as I have time. But of course, there's other things that need to happen first. So back to photos, and then just back to checking in with my friends to see how everything's going. So I hope you all have a great weekend and a great week coming up. Take care. KL7DZQ.
All right, Kurt. And I know you're pretty good at getting those CB radios fixed. I know I got a couple of CB radios from you, and if my schedule wasn't as crazy as it was, I'd be doing CB as well as ham radio. There's not enough time in the day for ham radio. But I know you have a couple of nets. And the Louis net that I've been part of is always just so much fun. Why don't you come and tell folks about it real quick? KL7DZQ, back to you.
Oh, well, thank you, Siobhan. Thank you for that opportunity. The Louis net on Wednesday nights at 7 o'clock on the Lake Washington Ham Club. The focus of the net has been the ideas of reuse, recycle, repurpose, and reimagine, and it all comes from my dad, who really he taught us all to try to reuse things around the house in order to fix a problem, or to fix something that had broken prematurely rather than replacing it. And so, because of it, I end up being sort of a pack rat, unfortunately. I've got wire and metal and all sorts of stuff because I'm afraid to throw it away because I might need it for something. But that said, because of his guidance, I've managed to make several of my own antennas out of scrap, and they work. They work great. In fact, I'm talking to you on one of them right now, so that's great. And in fact, I made him one out of reclaimed coax cable. I made him a vertical dipole out of reclaimed coax cable and coax for ham radio coax, and it worked great while he was alive. So that was terrific. Anyway, that's 7 o'clock on Wednesday nights. I don't have a question yet for the coming week. I still need to think. I bailed on a question this last week. I just could not come up with anything, so I'm going to have to think hard this week. Anyway, thanks very much for the opportunity, Siobhan. I appreciate it. KL7, DZQ.
Hey, Kurt, there's a couple of things I'm trying to build in ham radio that I'd love to join your net and see what answers folks have. And those are like, protective casings for radios to take out and to, because I have different radios that I like to take out into the field. And I do have a Go box, but I want to make my own homemade protective casing because these radios are not cheap. So that's just a thought for the Louis net. But you could stop by my Monday morning net that I do at 9 a.m. And if you have a question then, please bring that. And if you're going to do that question, that would be awesome. Always great to hear from you, 73 Kurt. All right, let's head back to international and go to our neighbors, in Saskatoon, Canada, VE5DR. Before I go to you, Derek, it's 10:50 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7USZ, and Derek is VE5DR. Good evening. How are you? Victor Echo 5 Delta Romeo, you still out there?
Nope.
All right. I see that that Derek is connected, but he might be away from his radio. I'll go back to him at the end of the round. Folks, let's head into Sydney, Australia, BK2WAY. Good afternoon, Jared. How are you?
KJ7USZ, VK2WAY, and to my Seattle radio friends, I hope you're all having a wonderful Saturday evening. And yes, it's the 2 p.m. Sunday afternoon Sydney time net on PSRG, and it's always a pleasure to be here. Let's see, this week I hosted my first net on Monday night on Talk Group 91 on Free DMR, and that was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to doing it again tomorrow night. So yeah, I like that idea that I think it was PCQ there mentioned of the question. I'm going to have a question for the net tomorrow night. So what's the UTC time for that one? Kimberly will remind me of the local time for it because it's crazy o'clock for you West Coast folks, unfortunately. But yeah, it is what it is. It's an international contact net is the theme of it. But I'm very keen on this recycle, reuse net that was mentioned, and I would love to join it. And if we can provide any help in multi-mode bridging and bridging things into the Pride network over here, we'd be more than happy to chat to the folks at the Reuse Recycle. I think there's some room for doing something there potentially. So yeah, it'd be great to have a chat further about that, and they can reach out to us, and or vice versa. We can look them up on QRZ. But yeah, we welcome more nets over on the Pride group, and we're carrying PSRG tonight, as we often do on our weekly Saturday night following our net. We wrap it up right before this one, so we love to join you folk over here. And I'm coming in using FreeDMR right now via the Pride Network through KJ7 OMO's host and into you folk. So an interesting long path there for you all. That's everything from me right now. Actually, no, a couple of notes. I'll just take a quick break. First antennas from the reuse recycle conversation. So the very first RF antenna I ever built was in a Pringles tin and it was a 2.4 gigahertz, very early Wi-Fi antenna, and a friend of mine and me managed to get a 2.4 kilometer Wi-Fi throw between us back in the 1990s. That was a lot of fun. And then, a TV antenna out of recycled copper pipe. That was a fun project too. My ex and I moved into an apartment that had terrible TV reception, so we salvaged some street side garbage and made a TV antenna that worked a treat perfectly, trimmed and tuned in the copper to the broadcast frequencies for the local TV stations. And that was a good 15 years before I was licensed. Anyway, thank you KJ7 USZ for hosting. Always love your Saturday night nets here, and I'm going to hand it back to you. This is VK2 WAY.
All right, Jared, and thank you for bringing the Pride Radio group. We really always appreciate. I love having them on the Saturday Night Net. All of you, you're all so very appreciated. You know, KJ7 USZ is grateful for all of you. And Jared, congratulations on hosting your Talk Group 91 on DMR. I'm hoping that one of these days I could be part of that and have time to maybe come onto the Pride Radio group as well. That would be awesome. And you could listen to one of the Recycle, Repurpose Louis nets, which is named after Kurt's dad, who was the big recycler, repurpose, and kind of a fantastic inheritance Kurt got from his dad. And so his dad is Louis, and so that's why it's the Louis net. Go to lakewashingtonhamclub.org, and you can get the Echolink or All-Star nodes on there, and you can actually connect like you are doing now through, I believe you are on Echolink or you're on All-Star. Anyway, so maybe do that. And Kurt, are you still monitoring KL7DZQ? All right, I will go ahead and shoot Kurt an email. All right, back to Yuma, Arizona, KJ7OMO. Hello again, Kimberly.
Hello again, Siobhan and Annette. This is Kimberly Kilo Juliet 7 Oscar, Mike Oscar, and a big long radio wave to VK2WAY, who is actually coming in via DMR on the free DMR network, which is then linked to another system, which is then linked to my All-Star node, which is going out into the PSRG system. So quite a few hops there, but it works nonetheless. But anyways, speaking of ISS stuff, I was able to make a few ISS repeater contacts using my Radioddity GD77 with the Open GD77 firmware, which has this lovely satellite tracking feature that automatically adjusts the frequencies for a Doppler shift, and that really does help with contacts into the ISS. But I do have a lot of trouble getting into the ISS because I don't have a proper antenna setup for that. The only antenna I have for that is my Comet GP3, which is outside, and I can only get into the ISS when it reaches a certain angle of elevation, so I only have just tiny windows to get into that satellite. But when I was able to get into it, I had a load of fun. And speaking of reuse and recycle, I would love more information about that net, as I often do that kind of things. I would like take stuff and repurpose it for something else, and it's just part of the fun. But anyways, let me reset for a moment. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar returning. Anyways, I'll probably get on HF later on tonight or this morning or this evening, whatever time it is, and so I'll probably be on 40 meters or something, but I am flexible, so I can go on any HF band. So if anyone is interested in joining me on HF, just hit me up and I'll tell you what frequency I'm on, and we'll go on from there. Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar, sending it back to Net Control.
All right, thank you, Kimberly. And you could actually see the bubble charts and how you folks are connecting on the psrg.org website. You click on repeaters and then go to PSRG voting system, and then a second window will drop down and you go to bubble chart. And I could see exactly how you folks are connecting. It's pretty awesome. Indeed. We've got a lot of stations connected tonight, as always, on the Saturday Night Net, and I am so grateful for that indeed. And to answer your question, Kimberly, go to lakewashingtonhamclub.org, and you will see their All-Star and Echolink nodes on there. And the Louis Net is Wednesday night, 7 p.m., and that is Seattle time, of course. And thanks for your check-ins tonight. I really appreciate it. 33, Kimberly. All right, folks, 11 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7 USZ. You are all with me on the Saturday Night Net here in Seattle, Washington. Let's head into Willow, Alaska. KL7, are we friendly radio or frozen radio tonight? I don't know. Let's go check. How are you doing, Mike?
Hello, Siobhan, and hello to everyone on the net. I think I'm making it in. I'm on a HT talking into my node. I'm out in the yard by the frog pond and the reindeer corral. Am I making it in okay?
You sound wonderful. KL7FR, back to you.
Thanks, Siobhan. I was just out looking at the reindeer corral and looking for the cranes. We've got a pair of sandhill cranes that have moved in over the last week. They've been hanging out in and around the reindeer corral and eating gravel in the driveway. I don't know if they got a nest around here or something. They're hiding now. I don't know if they went in the woods or they took a flight, but they're pretty camouflaged. They're hard to see unless they move. But anyway, that's pretty interesting listening to the cranes, and a couple ducks in the frog pond. It's a duck pond too, I guess. Haven't heard any frogs yet. They're still sleeping. Still got patches of snow, but it's thawing out. Spring is getting here. It was 33 degrees this morning, so it's still a little too early to plant veggies outdoors. But I'm starting some spring and summer projects, and I was wishing for a drone and a drone pilot. I was just getting a rope up in the tree so I can pull up a carabiner and be able to hoist up my first VHF antenna. I'm going to put up an 80-meter dipole, and then I'm probably just going to use that as a receiving antenna. And then I'm going to put up I've got a 8010 off-center fed, and I'm going to use to get on various bands, hopefully. Got to get them up in the trees first, so that was a challenge. I got a rope now about 40 to 50 feet up in a cottonwood tree. It took several attempts with the slingshot. I was using a slingshot and a kite string, and it worked great out in the driveway, but in real life I had to try about 5 times before I got it where I wanted it. Anyway, I got a rope up there now, at least a parachute cord. Now I'm going to pull up the real rope and then pull up the carabiner, and hopefully with antenna and coax on it. But then I got to go put rope up in the other trees on each end of the antenna, 60 feet away from the center. So that's the next project, probably tomorrow. Anyway, I better pause for a reset. Good stuff on the net tonight, as usual. Looks like it's another long one, already 2 hours, but that's cool. Yeah, I was wishing for a drone here after my first 3 shots with the slingshot didn't work, and I had a bird's nest, if you've ever used a bait casting reel, and had a malfunction with that and got the bird's nest to fishing line. I got that twice with my kite string, and I spent 20 minutes trying to untangle it. I just cut it off and tied a knot and proceeded. But anyway, kite string and a lead sinker and a slingshot works. It was only a $10 slingshot and $5 for the kite string and the fishing sinkers. And now I got to factor in the rope cost and the pulley, carabiner, and oh man, it's a $70 antenna, but probably $100 worth of rope and hardware to hang it high. Anyway, thanks for taking my check-in. Thanks for running the net. Thanks to everybody that makes the PSRG nets so great nets. I always say that's why Seattle hams are such great fishermen, because they have the best nets. KL7 Friendly Radio, back to net control.
All right, thank you so much. Really appreciate those kind words. And for you're not below zero, it's still pretty cold there compared to but I'm glad that your spring and summer projects are underway. And I tell you, a great way to do it, I had some hands over here the other day, and we used like about 150 foot of wax bank line and 80 foot of like 550 paracord, and attached that to like maybe a 16-ounce sinker, and also look at the payload of the drone. And it's trial and error. I'm not going to lie, I've crashed my drone. But once you can get it up over the canopy, and if you ever want to chat about it, I love exchanging drone stories. Just reach out to me anytime. You've got my details. And good luck with that. Come back and let me know if you get any great HF contacts with the antenna you've constructed there. Always great to hear from you, Mike, and we will talk to you soon. All right, folks, next we had an IO from Jakob, who is in Sydney, Australia, VK2BSD. Thank you so much for being part of the Saturday Night Net. Really appreciate that. And let me give one more call out before I take another group of check-ins. VE5DR, Derek, are you monitoring? All right, Derek's connected, but not around right now, which takes us to the end of that round. I am ready to get a new group of check-ins. All I need is your name and call sign, please.
KV9 IQX, ham on the beach.
Exciting stuff. I am looking forward to maybe an ISS report. I don't know. We'll see. Who else is out there? Please come ahead now. Name and call sign.
KK7END, Kevin, in and out.
KK7END, great to hear you tonight, Kevin. Thank you for letting us know you're out there and listening, and really appreciate your IO73. More stations, please.
K9BDC, Brooks in Newcastle.
Hey, good evening, Brooks. Great to hear from you tonight. K9BDC, you are on the list. More stations, please.
DY7 Lima Golf Mike from Philippines.
Okay, I've got Bob back from the Philippines. Stand by. I will be back to you for your report. Thank you. And more stations, please.
KJ.
KK7
OKL.
Delta
Roy, we're IO.
Delta KK7 DQT KK7 Delta Queen Tango Boise.
Okay, I had a double there, but I believe I've got both stations. KJ7 OKL, Roy and Renton, fantastic to hear you tonight. Thank you for stopping by, and hope you're doing well, 73. And KK7 DQT, I believe that is Robert in Boise, Idaho. Robert, do you go by Robert or Bob? Back to you.
Actually, I go by Michael. Michael, KK7 DQT. Michael here.
Roger that. That's your middle name. Okay, very good. KK7DQT, Michael from Boise, Idaho. You are on the list. All right. Anybody else? Name and call sign, please. All right, I tell you what, folks, we'll go talk with these fine stations, and then I'll do a final call for the Saturday Night Net. So it's 11:10 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7 USN. Yeah, in North Redmond, you're all on the PSRG in Seattle, Washington. And we're going to go to KB9 IQX, Ham on the Beach. What do you have for us? Hello again, Amy.
Well, hello again, Siobhan. Thank you for taking my recheck. I couldn't resist. I was out here with my handheld. Thanks to Bill, Waterfront Hotel, for that heads up. Heads up about the space station. I was able to pull over here on Alki Beach and run it down to the water and try to get something on the ISS. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make any contacts, and I did not have my Yagi on me, so I was just kind of contorting myself in the radio and kind of twisting the antenna to, try to match the tumbling antenna of the space station. And when I heard a voice call out, I was like, ooh, hold that position. No matter how uncomfortable it is, try to call out. So, I mean, it wasn't a success, but any failure in ham radio is still better than successes in other places. So, anyway, as long as it's fun. I thought that there might be light enough cloud cover that it could be seen, but unfortunately, no, could not see it. So I had to rely on my phone app to track where the station was. And now I'm just kind of taking a little walk along the beach, and it is gorgeous out here. They've got, people are doing beach fires, and it just kind of reminds me of, that's one of my favorite things. Did a lot of that a while ago. I should, note to self, look into doing that again. So anyway, that's it. I wanted to check in here from sea level. Here I am. 33 to you, Siobhan. KB9 IQX.
Well, I have a big smile on my face and a warm heart tonight that you did a recheck, and I just visualized all that. I think that is so much fun. I wish I was out and about with you right now doing things like playing ham radio and chasing the ISS, especially after the educational meeting, which you looked fantastic today on the meeting, by the way. I had to do some other things, so I was running around and I wasn't on video, but I listened to everything. I could pretty much tell you everything that was said. Well, maybe not everything. There was a lot, but I really enjoyed it. And just real quick, so I missed this part. I know you didn't make contact with the ISS, but were you able to see it? I don't know if you said that, and I just KB9 IQX, back to you.
Negative, Siobhan, negative. I thought that the cloud cover might be light enough that it could be seen, but nope. Apparently the clouds were thick enough that it could not be seen, unfortunately. KB9IQX.
All right. Well, note to self: go on hunting expedition for the ISS with KB9IQX. We've got to do that sometime. It'll be a lot of fun. All right. Next up, we had Kevin in Seattle, KK7END. Thank you for stopping by. I know Kevin's in Newham. Welcome to the PSRG, and please come back. And we always love to know who's out there listening. 73, Kevin. And then we'll head into Newcastle, K9BDC. Great to be part of the study group with you last night, Brooks. How are you?
Well, hey there, Siobhan and everyone on the net. K9BDC, Brooks here in Newcastle. Yeah, it was good to see you on the Zoom session of the Ham Study Net last night. We're going to have to find you a GMRS radio so that you can participate on the air. So anyway, let's see. Today I did one of my least favorite chores, which is mowing the lawn because it needed to be mowed. It is one of my least favorite chores because I'm allergic to grass, and so it is typically not a very fun activity for me. But my antihistamines did their job today, and I actually didn't really get itchy eyes or runny nose or anything. So probably a first. Let's see, and then I pulled my mountain bike out and gave it a good wash because last time I took it out, it had rained and it got all muddy, and I hadn't had a chance to clean it yet. But I did run out and try to see the ISS, which similar results to Amy. The cloud cover was just too thick, but I was able to get tuned onto the frequency and hear a couple calls out. I wasn't trying to call out myself, just because I just sort of set it up last minute. But anyway, it was fun. Alrighty, 73. Have a good night. K9 BDC. Back to you, Siobhan.
I tell you, Brooks, I say it all the time, not enough hours in the day. I did go ahead, as you know, I do have my my GMRS license and call sign. As far as I got with that. Well, hey, I do talk to folks on GMRS. I just do it through Zoom. Funny. But funny you say that because I'm stopping by Devin's. He's got a GMRS radio for me. And so next time I'm not working on a Friday again, every other Friday, I can join the group and I will be on both GMRS and Zoom simultaneously. I like being on Zoom. I like the group in there, but then I like listening to the air too. So I will pick up that radio maybe even tomorrow. All righty. Always great to hear from you, Brooke. Sounds like you had a productive day, and we'll talk to you soon, 73. All righty, folks. It's 11:17 p.m., and we are going back to the Philippines. You know it, to Lapu City, Cebu. DV7LBB. Hello again, Bob.
Hello, Chipon. Again, actually, this is not Bob from Philippines. This is 7 Lima Golf Mike, or handle name CJ. We are one. Again, I'm one of the group of Sir Bob also, from Larsen Incorporated.
Okay, yes. I was thinking your call sign was different to Bob's, but I was looking at the Vodoscope, and I wasn't seeing a different call sign. And I see you actually connecting through Bob's call sign. So very good. Well, welcome to the PSRG, and tell us what got you into ham radio, And when you're done, if you'll finish with your call signs, so that I know you're done with your report. Back to you, Mike.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for having me with the net call from that Henry again. So again, this is DY7 Lima Golf Mike, no? We're one of from Larsen Incorporated, again from node 540020 and Philippines, and where I'm particularly area and Mandawi City. Yes, and Bob is in Lapu-Lapu, and I'm from Mandawi City. Here.
All right, well, very good.
Yes,
Thank you so much for being part of the net tonight. We really appreciate it. We have 3 nets a day, on PSRG, 9 a.m., noon, and 9 p.m., and that's Seattle time, Pacific Coast time. Feel free to come back anytime and chat to us. We love our international friends, in the USA, and, in the PSRG. And hope you enjoyed the net tonight, and I hope I get to chat to you again. 73. All right, next we had Roy stop by with an IO, KJ7OKL, thank you. And then we're going to go to Boise, Idaho, KK7DQT. Good evening, Michael. How are you?
Good evening, Siobhan. Michael, KK7DQT here. Oh, I had to almost wake up to see what's going on here. But one of the questions I have is, how can I relay into you without doing what I'm doing now, which is Echolink, right?
Great question indeed. I know you were breaking. I just want to make sure I'm not doubling with you. Stand by. All right, if you grab a pen, I'm going to give you that information. So we do have, you can connect directly through either our All-Star or Echolink node, and I'll give that to you. So our Echolink node is 44770. So it's 44PSR0. Our All-Star number is 2462. But you can find that information on our website. It's on the right-hand side in red on our website. And our website is www.psrg.org. That's www.papasierraromeogolf.org. Did you get that, Michael? Back to you.
Yeah, I did. Papa Romeo Golf was the website, so yeah, I will look at that one. Thanks.
Okay, and not Papa Romeo Golf, it's Papa Sierra Romeo Golf, PSRG, Papa Sierra Romeo Golf.org. All right, and if you're not able to find the All-Star Echolink, just email me. My email address is on my QRZ page, along with great ham radio information. It's all up on my QRZ, and you can contact me directly, and I'll be able to help you with that. All right, thank you for stopping by, Michael, and 73. And that, folks, takes us to the end of that group of check-ins at 11:23 p.m. I am going to do a final call. This is a final call for the Saturday Night Net. Please come ahead now, name and call sign.
KK7AOM with an in and out tonight, Siobhan, and thanks for all your help this afternoon. Have a good evening.
Not so quick, Rick. You got to tell me, how did it work out? I know not Larissa, Laura came and told me a little bit about how it went, but I want to hear from you. Did any of the advice help? KK7AOM, back to you.
Yeah, your advice worked quite well. We basically just ended up placing some tape on the undercarriage of the drone. Just tacked it enough to where I could fly it out and have it disconnect at speed. So the problem was the tree alignments. So we just didn't have one that was within that great 60-foot range. So I just kind of went east to west with one towards the east side of the property, or the west side of the property. It doesn't have the angle I wanted. I originally wanted to go with the 60-degree angle, 60 to 70, somewhere around there, but I was getting about a 25 or 30 out of it. I will see. You know, I might order a longer antenna line and see if I could get maybe 125 feet out there, or something. Go to one of the larger trees, give me a better angle. But I am picking up a little bit of. Looks like 20 meter right now. I'm picking up a few things, so we'll see how it works out. It's good for temporary, and then I'll get that. The antenna tuner, I should get that by Tuesday or Wednesday, and we'll get that hooked up, and I'll actually be able to transmit. So we'll see what happens. Thanks for your help, Siobhan. KK7AOM.
Absolutely, no problem at all, and I cannot wait to come out and see what you've done and see if I can be of further assistance. But you definitely have the right idea, and, you know, I just love the 550 paracord. And I would just get a whole bunch of that. I'm not kidding. Get like a couple of 100 feet of that. You can always cut it. And I tell you that I've got a box of sinkers, fishing sinkers. The weight is important sometime as well. But getting the angles is also really good. So I think you're onto the right thing. More line, really important. All right, Rick, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it, and I hope that you and Laura enjoyed the net today. All righty, folks, this is a final call for the Saturday Night Net. If you haven't come in and given an IO, so I know you're listening, or if you want to give a report, final call, please come ahead now.
Kilo 7, Bravo Foxtrot Yankee, Ian in South Seattle.
Hey, good evening, Ian. Great to have you on the net tonight. Stand by. I'll be right back to you for your report. Anybody else for Saturday night? Final call.
KW2SKI. Did I make it?
I tell you what, Mike, I'm going to give it to you. You will be the caboose on the Saturday Night Net. How about that? All right, but before we do that, we are going to go to South Seattle, KK7BFY. How are you doing, Ian, and how's Kelsey? Good evening.
Well, good evening, Siobhan and the net. I thought I'd pop in here, though it's probably past my bedtime. Just wanted to stop in and say hello. I think our friend Nicholas has probably gone off to bed as well, but belated congratulations. If he doesn't have access to an HF rig, I think that just means I need to bring mine back for the next rain or shine and let him really take over. I think that would be a lot of fun. Let's see. Well, it has been one heck of a week, a pretty rough week with various things going on, but I did have a fantastic day today, made all the better by the amazing weather. I was 99% certain it was just going to pour all day today. I think it may tomorrow, but did see the family. We actually swung up to a place on Capitol Hill I've wanted to go for a long time called Rocket Taco. They're over on 19th, a little off the beaten path, sort of in the Miller Park neighborhood. Oh, man. those were some darn good tacos. So that made my week. And after that, we strolled on down to the Renton area and walked along the Cedar River to where it meets with the lake, which is another absolutely hidden gem. You kind of follow these winding, what look like service roads around the Boeing plant, and you snake up between the Boeing factory and the airport, actually go through part of a taxiway that connects the both of them, and you pop right out there on the lake, and it is a magical place. So that will be another goal to add to the list for the summer. You can rent a kayak from there, right there, and head on up the river. See what I can see. I think it's really the only way you can explore that stretch of the Cedar River, so I am very happy getting a new adventure to add to my bucket list. And with that, I think I'm going to roll on off to bed, but I will hopefully catch you on the Monday net. 7030 to all, and good night, KK7BFY.
Oh, and I love your bucket list goodies. And I'm going to ask you, you know it, please take a photo of the kayak going down there and post that for me, because you know I love it. That's awesome. And that's it. You know, life is an adventure, and you definitely are taking life by the horns. That's awesome. All right, Mike, you've got it. Mike likes to be the very last on the net, and he did it tonight at 11:30 p.m. I'm Siobhan, KJ7 USZ. This is the end of the Saturday night net. Well, Mike is going to tie a bow on it. And here he is, KW2SKI. Good evening, Mike. How are you?
Well, I'm doing pretty good. I've been systematically going through my shed and my rooms and dressers and shelves and closets and kitchen cupboards and just been going through everything and getting rid of a lot of stuff I don't use. Realizing I had 2 and 3 of certain items, so we're down to just one. Don't need more than one thing that you have. I went through my toolbox mainly today. I did a few other things, kind of touched on, but I was into my toolboxes today, and gosh darn, I had a bunch of little bit drivers that were just odd, and I just think I'm going to bring them to work and leave them at work. I'm always looking for stuff at work, and because I consolidated everything, and yeah, there's some things I had 2 or 3 or even 4 of. I don't need that many of one tool. Sometimes you need 2 of the same tool. If you need the 2 9/16 to get a nut and bolt off, because you got to have one for each side. But yeah, so it felt good to get a bunch of stuff. And I got some other stuff that I got a Value Village run put together. Let me reset. So I got rid of an old mountain bike that I just never used. Got rid of a couple other little knickknacks and a couple small, what do you call those, igloo coolers, or they're basically like a glorified lunchbox. I had like 2 or 3 of those, so I got rid of a couple of those things. And yeah, it feels good to be able to dig into areas, i.e. toolbox today, and be able to see everything you have. It's liberating, I have to say. The bummer part this week is I was coming home from work one fateful day, I think it was Thursday maybe, and I was chatting with Yeah, it may have been KK7BRS maybe. But I went to key up and heard a crackle come through the speakers and my radio went dead. And yeah, this time it wasn't coming back alive. A little white puff of smoke came out of it. Yeah, so I ordered a new one, got another one on the way. But I'll have to do with Echolink or my little Baofeng with that antenna for the time being. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Anyhow, it's been a good day. Surprisingly, it was much nicer than I thought. We'll see what tomorrow holds. Anyhow, this is KW2SKI. Turning it back to Siobhan, that host.
Hey, Mike, fantastic hearing from you tonight. Indeed. And I'm like you. I agree. I have quite a few duplicates of some tools, and it's just so hard to let them go. And I always have a reason. I'm like, well, of course, I need a hammer in my kitchen, and I need a hammer in the garage, and I need a tape measure in my office, and I need one in the garage. And I have, duplicates of so many things. And because it's on different floors, I just make an excuse. I need one, and I need one down there. And it's hard for me to get rid of duplicate tools. Hey, fantastic to hear from you, and maybe you can be the caboose on my Monday morning, Nat. How about that? All right, folks. Well, I tell you, I've had so much fun tonight with all of you. I've loved all your stories, and I've just really, really enjoyed myself. So thank you so much to all of you for joining me for this May 14, 2022, Saturday night, 9 o'clock net. I'd like to thank the Puget Sound Repeater Group for the use of this repeater. And for more information about the group, please check out our website at psrg.org. The PSRG has been hosting daily nets for over 30 years. The nets are a great opportunity to test your equipment. Remember, in an emergency, you want to know that your equipment is working, and you want to have some practice talking on the radio and know that we can hear you. And remember, folks, start and end your day with a grateful heart. Gratitude is the best attitude, and you know it. I am so grateful for all of you. I'll now be returning the repeater to normal operation. This is Siobhan, KJ7USZ, signing off at 11:37 p.m. Good night, everybody.
Alrighty, folks, I'm going to end the stream right there. Don't forget to like, subscribe, ring that bell, and we'll see you on the next video. Goodbye, everyone. From Kilo Juliet 7, Oscar, Mike Oscar.